Okita-san, daishori! Gao! Gao!
We were cut off from Swift, so I can't pay sub anymore. So I guess this is my last ham on, Jojo Sag.
Hello everyone. How's it going? Welcome to the Friday stream. We're back another week later for another tier list. Still, weekly streak has been kept intact, I suppose. And yeah. I am obviously again pretty nervous, as with always with these, but honestly, I feel like Assassin list might be the easiest of them all to do. Because not only it's the smallest one, I think, unless Zerk had less, I forgot, but it's the top 2 smallest at least, if not just the smallest class.
Gao.
And yeah, it's I think in terms of the servants inside the class as
time.
well, it's fairly straightforward for like 90% of the placements. I'm pretty confident in. So yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, I was gonna mention that in the intro as well when we get going, Copy. It's kind of crazy. There has not been a lot of activity in the assassin class for the last 2 years or so. So they've only added 2 assassins in the past 2 years, and even then more since January. So yeah, kind of nuts.
Gao.
Kinda nuts.
Carmilla X Myst gun.
There you go. But yeah, I have a feeling this is gonna be easily the shortest one as well. So depending on how much time there's left after I'm done with the list and the stream, and how my voice is doing by the end of it, we might play a little of JP as well. I think maybe I'll do the challenge quest and maybe even some of the Lost Belt 1 rerun question. You know, I don't know what to call it, but you know, the Lost Belt 1 stuff that's going on right now. Depending on how things are looking once the list is done. But nonetheless, the list is the prio, of course. If you don't have a good quick C, what would you put on Jack? Whatever is your best quick C, I would put on her. Like, disregard every other effect. The CE that just has the biggest amount of quick percentage, that's the best in slot for Jack at any given point, in my opinion. It could very well be a 4-star Gondor MLB, which I think is like, what was it, 20% quick up on MLB or something? Again, those are highly underrated, those 4-star card buff Cs. They're good. So yeah, that could just be definitely a good choice. A lot of people have those because, you know, permanence and 4 stars. Yeah. So yeah, just quick up on Jack as much as you can, because those quick cards are juicy. But I digress. This is not really like a support review Sunday or anything like that, but yeah. Oh man. Some requests are working, it seems. So, yeah. Hopefully everything will go according to plan. Ooh. Yeah. Cool. Wow, that was very direct falling, wasn't it? Alright, Crowley, thank you for the 9 months. Yeah, sad to hear that you got screwed on with the payment system. Living where you live, basically, so it is what it is, but thank you for the 9 months regardless, man. Welcome back to the Gao Gang. And also Jamango with the 19 months. Welcome back to the Gao Gang. Oh, and Lonely Sconer as well with the 6 months, actually. Enjoy your new badge. Welcome back to the Gao Gang as well. Thank you for the resubs, my dudes. Yeah, it's I mean, it's even almost even worse after that Twilight. They haven't really done too much with the assassin class besides Koyanskaya, to be honest. Yeah, I'm doing alright, Akino. Hopefully everything goes well today as well. Would be cool. Alright, let's see. Oh yeah, boy. Yes, sir. The list. Oh boy. Ooh. It's a sunny day today. It's even pretty bright in my room as well. That's good because we want the ice to melt anyway, so every day a bit more of the ice melts away. It's a bit easier to walk on the roads again when they're not, you know, full on ice rinks. Good. Comma first ascension. I'm pretty sure all of these are first ascension, right? These are just the default pictures you see of all of the servants when you like summon them or whatever. So it's not like this is like a like the images are because of preferences or anything like that. So it just happens to be like that, I guess. Oh well, yeah. I think this was one of the ones Reich made. He made the Rider one. He made this one. I think he made the Berserker one. Did he also make the Caster one? I know he made these 3 at least. So yeah, he's been a good help as well. Very nice. Oh right, you and Copy made Caster, right? Well, I mean you mostly, but I guess, you know, there was a bit of, as we saw last week, there was a bit of interlude via Copy as well, I suppose. Hey, it's a wild Tara as well. But yeah, as you can see, the alerts are already off as well for the sake of the list being nice, you know, nice and professional on YouTube. But I'm gonna call out all the stuff I do see in this during the ranking as well. So Tare, thank you for the 16 months. Welcome back to the Gil Gang as well. Much appreciated. I guess there won't be many EX. Honestly, I don't think so. Yeah, I don't think there's gonna be that. Like a lot of these lists have been skewed towards the upside because, you know, the recent years have been buffing most of the classes with pretty damn good servants. Can't really say the same for Assassin, huh? Besides Koyanskaya of Light, there hasn't really been that much exciting stuff going on for Assassin. And most Assassins being Quick dominated doesn't help because Quick is obviously the worst card type for DPSing right now by quite a bit. So, you know, and it's not like even if Quick was good, let's say a hypothetical scenario where Quick was amazing, it's not like any of the characters still inside Assassin in my opinion are still like absolutely broken or anything like that. Minus maybe Koyanskaya, I suppose, but besides that, yeah, not that many like amazing servants, I would say. But hey, it's not all bad, of course. And it's not like any of this matters anyway at the end of the day, right? It's just opinions. And it's not like FGO is a particularly hard game. If anything, it's an easy game. But it's fun talking about this stuff anyway. anything. Not that it matters, because this is still the intro anyway, but yeah. Okay. Cool. Alright, hopefully no more hiccups with the internet. Although the last two lists had, you know, a hiccup each, I think. It is what it is. So the audio dies a bit during the thing as well. People usually leave comments about that on YouTube as well, but no, not much I can do about it, I guess. Hey, Yearguard, how you doing? All right. Let me look at my notes, and otherwise I think we're good to go. Again, I don't expect this to take super long. Probably at least 2 hours though, but you know, I'm expecting honestly less than 3 hours for this list. Let me see all my notes, everything good to go. Yeah. Okay. Cool. All right. Fix my hair as good to the best of my ability, but yeah. After that, I think we should be fine, right? Nice pasta tyrant. I did disable that as well, but you know, nice try. Next will be Zerk, right? Yes, yes. Next list is Zerks. Hopefully next week, is if again things go according to plan. Alright, so this is also where everything starts, including for YouTube as well. Another week, another tier list. I say that every week so far, I guess. Yeah, still doing these weekly, of course. Things are moving along nicely, I would say. This week, the lovely stabby people class, otherwise known as assassins, although definitely most of them don't even stab. But, you know, that was the general consensus, I suppose, for the class to exist. But I digress. Yeah, this list is probably not gonna be as long as some of the other ones. In fact, this list will probably be the shortest of them all so far, because as you can see, the entries, not only does it have the least amount of entries, but in my opinion, assassins are kind of straightforward anyway. There's not like a ton of thinking required in placing most of these servants. Now, I do have to say that, yeah, Assassin, you know, a lot of people know it tends to be one of the worst classes in the game for multiple reasons, including the fact that, you know, the class has shitty modifiers, which is not a great thing to start out with, right? So that's already a bad thing, having a pretty low attack modifier for the class. Mostly quick dominated, which again, in this day and age, quick is easily in the worst spots right now. Sadly, compared to Buster and Arts, but you know, let's hope our quick messiah arrives this year, whoever that may be. But also, a lot of the servants are old, and usually older servants, unless they have been buffed to heaven and back, tend to not be amazing. Definitely the case for a lot of these servants. The assassin class, as you can see, has not seen a lot of additions, so in fact, even NA to this day, which is now we're still 2 years behind JP, but there's only been 2 assassins added to JP in that time. One being a welfare 4-star, and one being, you know, basically, you know, a very revolutionary servant, who you know who I'm talking about. But yeah, not a lot of love for assassins in the past 2+ years. What's up with that, lasagna? Well, I guess I should still say DW at that point, because, you know, obviously lasagna is still pretty fresh. Oh boy. So yeah, Assassin not looking too hot in 2022, but you know, maybe things could change a bit in the next year or two, because you know, could use a bit more love in my opinion. Also, in some cases, alter egos are, you know, kind of competition as well. In my opinion, alter ego, assassin, both are bad classes anyway, but at least alter ego tends to have pretty good servants inside the class, so yeah, it doesn't help Assassin's case either that, you know, competition exists from other classes as well. But I digress. Okay, so here we go. Let's just get on to the disclaimers again. Again, I mention these every time because some people only watch 1 or 2 of these videos or whatever, but I want my disclaimers to be known because it's important so you guys know what my placing criteria is. But most people already skipped over this part anyway, and then they're gonna leave angry comments that completely go against my disclaimers and criteria, but it is what it is. Shout out to everyone who knows what's up though. So here we go. Disclaimers. I am not an expert by any means. This is just my opinion. I am one guy that has played the game for well over 5 years now for JP and NA since launch. I would like to say I have quite a bit of experience with the game, including most of these servants in the list as well. Have seen a lot of use from my side, so take that as you will. As you can see, every servant in the game as of March 11th, 2022 are in this list, including all the buffs as of today, so everything will be taken into account. Also, I hardly ever mention this, but yeah, I should mention it this time. But yeah, support picks are also considered, obviously, because everyone always, well, not always, but 99% of the time, you do have that option for the free support choice from a friend's list. So yeah, that is taken into account as well. Now, the big thing, the main placement criteria is I will place them what I think what they do the best at and how well they do it. So let's say someone is amazing at farming, they're probably going to be rated as a farmer instead of like a DPS. If someone kills down bosses but can't really farm, obviously I don't really put any emphasis on the farm side. But again, if someone can do multiple roles well, then of course they're probably going to get bonus points anyway. If you can farm DPS and maybe even support, like, you know, a certain one servant here, yeah, definitely will be accounted for. Also, another important criteria bit is that different rarities should not be directly compared. This is the biggest thing that people leave angry comments about, because they don't know that this is a part of my criteria. So let's say just because a 3-star servant makes it into A and another SSR is at A, let's say they're both single target DPSs, that does not mean that they're necessarily comparable. Obviously, cases exist where low stars can be better, arguably gameplay-wise, than their respective higher rarity counterparts, but bases, you should not do comparison between the different rarities. It's just kind of unfair. So I know there's going to be some comments about that anyway, people are molding, because no one ever listens to the disclaimers to begin with, even if I list them at the start of the video, which I will, but yeah, that's another important one. For the servants, MP1 is assumed across the board for non-welfare golds. So again, that remains the same. It's a gameplay list, obviously, not a favorites one. So I'm gonna try to be as unbiased as I can, which is, again, kind of important in this list in particular, because there's definitely many of my favorites in this particular class. So I'm gonna try my best to not have any bias with the characters. Placement order. As you can see, first of all, it's with the rarity. We're going from 1 to 5 stars. And within the rarities themselves, the order is from release date. So, you know, the older are the first and then the newer are the last. So, pretty easy to, you know, understand, hopefully. And if you're watching this later on YouTube, the video will have timestamps, because again, I really want to go all the way through. I want to make your viewing experience that much better, so feel free to use the timestamps. If you want to skip around, that's completely fine. I don't blame anyone if you don't want to watch the entire thing. Even this one, even if it might be the shortest one, if I had to guess, is probably still going to be fairly lengthy. So again, feel free to jump around and check your favorites if that's what you want. And also be sure, again, before leaving an angry comment or whatever, be sure to check the placements at the end first of all, because once everyone has been placed, we might do a little bit of shifting at the end before the final placements. So there you go. The usual. That was a lot of stuff, I apologize, but yeah, you know, I like to be thorough, I suppose. So yeah, I think everything else should be good to go. I'm looking at my notes and yeah. You guys ready? I'm definitely ready. Alright, let's have another good one, hopefully. Again, shout out to everyone on the stream watching this live, and of course if you're watching this later, shout out to you as well. So we're gonna start with the 1 stars, and on the assassin side there's actually 3 of them. Right? Yes. We got a pretty legendary, no pun intended, character first. Wait, which of the mods just enabled back the text-to-speech one? Are you kidding me? Wait, who did that? I disabled it. It didn't work earlier. Oh my god. Alright. Dude, some mod definitely enabled that back. Alright, let me... Okay, brief interlude. I need to make sure there's, like, no interruptions. What? How is that possible? I disabled it, but whatever. Okay, interesting. There's definitely some foolery going around. Okay, maybe it's my fault. I don't know. Anyway, well, thanks for letting me know. Okay, but here we go. The first servant in the entire list is Mr. Kojiro, or also I like to call him Regend. Be sure to write his name in all capital though when using that name because it's very important. So, a single target quick DPS for sure. Stat-wise, he does okay for a 1-star. Not much to say about it, but, you know, definitely a bit higher than average attack, which is good. Has the usual assassin deck, the classic, the triple quick one. Goes really well with the MP for better damage potential on those brave chains, I suppose. And also helps with his star generation. But a lot of these day 1 assassins still their star gen, despite obviously assassin as a class having a very high base star gen to begin with. That's the one thing the class really has going for them. Some of them still not amazing for star gen. Even the quick ones, honestly. Like obviously not every assassin is quick based fully, but even some of the quick ones, because of some pretty sad hit counts, are not amazing at star gen. But obviously a lot of these servants will be pretty good at it. Now, in terms of his MP gain, it's bad. It's just bad. There's not much to say about it. Don't expect miracles because it's bad. He's definitely going to need supports for that. But MP or star generation can be okay with his buffs active at least. It can be fine. But besides that, yeah, on base, it's not even that great for a quick assassin compared to some of the better ones. Now, skills. Evasion for 1 turn on the 6th turn. Good old mind's eye fake, right? Yeah, this fake one comes with the crit damage, which I honestly like. I actually do prefer crit damage over the true version, which would be defense up in Regen's case, in my opinion. His MPK is insane. I'm talking about base, Saru. Sure, if you get going with good buffs and whatnot, sure, he can gain. But let's not even get there, okay? Let's not even, like... Okay. No. Surely not. Alright. Used to have a interesting skill. They did buff this, luckily, so it's a bit better now. Wasn't the best, but it's actually pretty damn nice now. Especially for a 1-star, right? Yeah, for sure. So, full cleanse. It's not only just mental debuffs anymore. So it's now just a full cleanse for self, which I like. And then you get an on-attack activate buff. So every time you attack with quick cards, you inflict a quick res down for 10% for 3 turns. And this effect also lasts for 3 turns. So yeah, it's the potential of stacking this is kind of crazy. Yeah, even on a team environment, it's not even that bad. And yes, the uptime is crazy as well. It's still a 4-turn cooldown, with this being up for 3 turns at a time. The Star Bomb is still the same at 15, but yeah, honestly, this is a great skill. This would be great even on like many others, and especially for a 1-star. It's just really, really good now. And keep in mind, this only says it has to be a quick card. So not only does he have 3 in his normal deck, this also works with his MP, right? Because it's a quick card as well. It doesn't say it has to be a normal attack, which MP is not a normal attack. But yeah, it's like Hokusai when you think about it. The only requirement is that it's a quick card. So again, even more value with this. Kinda nutty. But yeah, with this, definitely. You know what? Yeah, I guess I was maybe a bit harsh on the MP gain, because I guess this is from himself and the uptime is that good. So yeah, with this, definitely you can have way better gains if you get these stacks up. Sure, I'll agree on that. But yeah, without like too much help, they're not great. But yes, with this, the potential is definitely good. Now the third skill also has been buffed, so what do you get? On a 5-turn cooldown, you ignore evasion for 3 turns. I guess it's, again, it's alright for, you know, utility. Sometimes useless though. But you also get up to 90% star gen. I'm not sure why that number is like that, but, you know, still a good chunk. And also absorb a good chunk as well, meaning that crits will be fairly consistent. Which again, even more of reason that I like that he has Mind's Eye Fake instead of True for the crit damage to go with the absorb. Like, honestly, his kit is really solid. Like, skills-wise, is damn solid. Definitely no problem with the skills, I would say, after all these buffs. Skills are good. Good synergy, and still pretty good effects-wise as well. This doesn't really help too much as on 4%, but you know, it's nice to have. Most of these assassins just will have this because it's the assassin passive. It's definitely better on some, you know, others. And then the MP has also seen a buff. So even before damage, you get the buff version as well. So you don't, you already affect quick down from your quick cause, but this will buff your equip by 20% for 3 turns before damage. That is very solid. Very, very solid. And also a flat 15, well, not a flat, but a base 15 star bomb on your OC as well. And the MP actually with the buff actually hits pretty decently hard as well. 3 hits as well, not the best, but you know, it'll give you a few stars, especially if your 3rd skill is active. But he comes with 2 different star bombs, so he, even though his star gen might not be amazing compared to some other assassins, because of the bombs being a thing as well, he's a noteworthy presence. Like, I think Regent as a whole, like, his kit just works. It's really good. The only thing what his problem is he's a 1-star. Everything else is good, I would say, honestly. Like, he's solid as hell. But 1-star stats are sad. So I can't really, like, give him an insane rating. But his kid, after all these buffs, at least he has seen love, unlike Media. But, I'm thinking, honestly, I might agree with chat in one of the A's, honestly, especially for a 1-star, really good. But at some point, because it's even harder to justify 1-stars being like the best DPSs ever, because even 3-stars tend to be free MP5, so the competition definitely is a big factor when it comes to placing a lot of these 1 to 3-star servants. So I'm not sure if I can even put him on A+, honestly. Because I just 1-star stats, man. 5.7k attack is just very sad, man. It's very sad. And sometimes he might even have trouble being alive, because that's not even a lot of HP to begin with. So yeah. But hey, if you're someone who has a grailed one, not that I recommend grailing for gameplay, I guess you'll do a bit better because of that. But yeah, I think I'll start with an A on Regend. He's definitely... Kid is very great. I like it a lot after the buffs, but with 1-star stats, I'm not sure if I can go higher than that. But remains to be seen. We might shift stuff later when we have better comparisons, I guess. Now, second 1-star assassin, also a day 1 servant. A bit more of a tragic case, if you will. We got Matahari. I guess she's a support, yeah, definitely a support. Arts MP. Honestly, if she was released today, I bet she would have a quick MP, since we already see, like, quick support MPs are also possible nowadays. Via, like, Martha, Santa, for an example, but I digress. Oh well. Attack on the low side, but not that you care anyway, because she's a support. You're not bringing her for damage anyway, unless you're that, you know, you're Shin Iti. Forgive me if I mispronounce his name, but, you know, fellow YouTuber, I suppose, that's very known for his love for Matahari. So yeah, what do we got from Matahari otherwise, though? Still the standard quick deck for Assassins, triple, that is. Gains, also not great. If you do get some, like, overkill crits, then maybe you can see some numbers, but besides that, again, not really good. Stargen also, with double hitter quicks, it's not the best, so still a bit on the lacking side. Obviously better than a lot of other servants in the game, but for an assassin standard, still on the low side, I would say. Now, what about skills? Thank God they buffed this skill, because it used to be so bad. This was like an E+ skill. Now it's a bit better, at least. So, it used to be a 30% self-starge it up for 3 turns. Now it's 100% for the entire party. So that's already a, you know, marginal improvement. But they also added party crit damage for 3 turns for 50%. So now, on a 5-turn cooldown, suddenly we're looking at a good skill. How about that? Like, now that's how you buff the skill. Like, compared to, like, a cast skill who has the same star gen for 3 turns on a, from what I remember, a 6-turn cooldown, and this comes with a crit damage as well, which that doesn't have. Yeah, there's some, you know, contrast, I suppose. So There you go. Great skill, I would say. Especially for 1-star. I repeat myself, but it's true. Now, the second skill, her charm, or one of the charms, I guess. AoE can only charm male opponents, but luckily they don't have to be servants per se. As long as they have the male trait, they can be charmed. 60% chance with the scaling on the level. And then also, at least the defense down on AoE is every target is fine. For 3 turns, 20%. All on a 6-turn cooldown. It's not the worst, for sure. There's way worse charms out there, but obviously I am not a... You guys know me in RNG. I'm not a big fan of all the RNG. But hey, it's a skill you're probably going to pop turn 1. So if you land some charms, great. But you're probably just going to pop it for the defense down. And, you know, it's okay at best, I would say. Then the third skill, it's a single target skill seal for 1 turn with a single target defense down. Again, another 20% for 3 turns. Also on a 6-turn cooldown. I wish this was MP seal instead, obviously. But, again, average at best, I would say. Just average at best. So, there you go. At least the first skill now is really solid. No passives, because why not? Not even a star generation. And then the MP. Never been buffed. And also comes with a 60% chance to charm. At least the MP doesn't have the male requirement, which is cool. I think the skill should be like this as well, but whatever. And then base OC is 20% attack and defense down, but only for 1 turn. So all in all, that is weak. That is just a weak MP right there, I would say, in this day and age. It just doesn't really cut it. It's okay for some setups, but even then you're probably gonna have better options. So that's a yikes. I do think she is a bit better now, because this skill is actually good now. But, like, how often would you still bring her anyway? I wouldn't really see myself... Like, even as a support, she has 1-star stats, so you would struggle to keep her alive anyway, because keep in mind, outside of charms... She doesn't have anything to protect herself anyway, nor does she offer protection for allies. So she's like a pseudo crit defense down and Stargen support, I suppose. That is some noteworthy stuff for sure. Even and especially because she's not really tied to a card type, she is a bit more flexible because of that. But like, hard to say when you would actually really want to bring her over something else. Because even for low stars, there's a lot of very like accessible supports out there. I might be willing to give her like a C, which would be basically just below average, but I don't know. I'm still maybe... I'm between these two right now. Even after the buff to the first skill. Maybe a C is still fair, because, you know, very accessible. And you can kind of, again, because she's flexible, you can kind of use her in like any team ever. But she's never really going to be like amazing, so maybe that's why I think a C is fair. Just never amazing, but sometimes very flexible and, you know, super accessible, so yeah. Right, the final 1-star. Not a day 1 servant though. Still pretty fresh on NA, I suppose. Well, depends on your view, I guess. Charlotte Corday. Single target arts DPS. Attack, sadly, a bit on the lower side for a 1-star. But not a really big difference to Regent anyway, I suppose. But yeah, doesn't really help that it's on the lower side. Especially for Assassin getting shafted with the class modifier too, keep that in mind. So what do we got? Double arts, double quick. Yeah, sure. I think that makes sense. Because of the arts MP as well. They were probably never going to give her a triple arts deck with a arts MP. Not, only if she was a caster, I suppose. Which we already covered her in the caster list, actually. That's funny. But yeah, deck is fine. Gains... not great either. They're not day 1 or anything like that, but I wouldn't, again, don't really, you know, wish for miracles. Stargen also not great because she has a bit more arts focus, which definitely tampers the gains a little bit, but obviously as an assassin it's still not terrible by any means. Skills. Instant kill success rate up for 1 turn up to 100%. Yikes. But hey, evasion for 2 attacks, 3 turns and a 5-turn cooldown ain't terrible. That's still okay, but man, death rate for a single target DPS, you gotta be kidding me, right? Definitely lower things, but yeah, gameplay value, not a whole lot for that stuff. Second skill, it's the Dante's skill, but sadly the complete opposite in rank, so it's not as good. So you still get the ignore invul for one turn, which I like. It's always good utility. Basically goes through everything besides special invul from Castoria as of right now. Attack up for one turn, 30%, not pretty low for a one turn buff, and then debuff resistance 3 turns, 20% only, and all of that on a 6 turn cooldown. That's too much. This would be average on a 5 turn cooldown with these numbers and effects, but on a 6 turn cooldown, I'm just gonna call it a fairly weak skill, dude. It's not good. Like, the Dante's one is okay because it's EX rank, but this one at D rank, man, the numbers definitely drop quite a bit, huh? So yeah, that's another kind of yikes moment. And then of course we gotta have RNG, but hey, at least you're gonna get something, but you might not get what you want. So what do we get? You get one of these buffs for 3 turns. You either get 30% arts for 3 turns, 50% crit damage for 3 turns, or 50% MP damage for 3 turns on a 5 turn cooldown. Because you only ever get one of those and you can't choose which one you get. It's a weak skill for sure. But at least the values on the effects, whichever you get, they're okay. They're not bad by any means, but you only get one of them and you can't choose which one it is. So yeah, man, I definitely prefer Reged's skill set to this, let's just say that. At least she has a passive, so that's the highest of them all so far. Doesn't mean much though, especially for her being more arts oriented. So, but you know, it's nice to have. Berserker bonus is nice though, obviously. Always nice to see on any DPS basically. So the MP. So if the enemy has evasion, it's gone. So that's kind of cool utility. Also ignores defense, so there's another new normal effect, which again always welcome. And the OC again pretty useless with instant kill. Never has been buffed, so the damage isn't very great at with 1-star stats. Charlotte. She was fun in Atlantis story, but besides that, I can't really be that crazy about her in terms of the gameplay. If they ever make instant kill better any day, you know, she might be on the forefront, because with the she can get up to 160% base with the skill. Right now it doesn't really mean too much though. I don't know, this is a hard one. In fact, the 1-star servant is one of the hardest ones to place. I'm not sure if I can even go to a B, honestly. I'm not sure. And this is just mostly among the bronze DPSs, and like even then she's not like anything super worth mentioning, but she's okay. But you would probably pick Regen any day of the week over her, honestly, especially with all his buffs active. Oh boy. Dude, I've been sneezing so much. I've sneezed like 10 times today already. Again, it's not Rona, don't worry. I'm fine. I've had this for months and months. Cold climate, I guess. The usual. So there you go. That's it for the 1-stars. Back to day 1 with 2 stars. We got one of my favorites, honestly, for the assassin class. It's Mr. Hassan of the Cursed Arm. The first of the Hassans in the list. And there will be many to come. Now, among the 2 stars, his attack is a bit above average, but with the assassin modifier, it's probably around the average, because it does go down a bit. But what is he? He's a single target quick DPS, much like Regend. But also, I'm gonna call him a star generator as well. That's another term I can finally start using more a bit here with the assassins. So he's a DPS / star generator for sure. The usual triple quick for assassin, but unlike the others, he has triple hitter quicks, which is very nice, makes a big difference in the long run for star generation, having that extra hit on them. MP gain though, not great, but that's fine. You're not really gonna expect him to be like a consistent MP looper anyway. He's just gonna be for the occasional DPS and then mostly for Stargen, if anything. And also very easy to keep alive. That's what he kinda is. So let's take a look what makes him that. Used to have a pretty bad star bomb, maybe just an improved instinct because of the cooldown, but hey, they made it better. So now you get an instant 15 stars, and then at the end of your turn you get another 15 for your next turn. So it's a 30 combined on a 4-turn cooldown, and because they work on like different turns, that means like turn 1 15, turn 2 15, turn 3 0, turn 4 0. Half the times you're gonna get 15 stars on a 4-turn cooldown. Not terrible. Obviously not amazing, because some servants can get like 15 stars per turn for 3 turns with other effects as well, etc. With reasonable cooldowns too. But hey, it's not bad, I would say. Pretty fun skill, honestly. So, second skill. Crit damage, but sadly only for self for 3 turns. 50% 5-turn cooldown. So it's yeah. I was gonna say it's basically a worse self mod, but it is a self mod. It's just a low rank, so sadly this one doesn't come with the absorb as well. It would help quite a bit because the assassin base modifier or base absorb isn't that high. It's around 100, which from what I remember is around the same as Saber, right? But yeah, not the highest among the classes for sure. So absorb would have been nicer to make his crits a bit more consistent, I suppose. And then the third skill, obviously the skill is pretty meh. It's not great. It's just eh. And then the third skill is really good, because it's PFA, but instead of defense up you get Stargen, which is better for him, I would say. Even though the number isn't that high at 30%. Still good uptime with the 5-turn cooldown. Love it. Great, great, great defensive skill. Very easy to keep this man alive. Unless your enemy deals with evasion, then maybe not so. A+ on the presence concealment, very, very nice. Especially, again, because he has that triple quick, you know? Very nice. So again, that helps his already pretty solid star generation. And then the MP. Used to be garbage, still kind of garbage, but at least it does damage. So, I hate this buff. It makes no sense. Guess it's relying on his instant kill. So here's what the only meaningful thing about the buff is that it made it hit harder because of the base damage going higher, obviously. But if you now instant kill someone, you get 20% attack for 3 turns and a very solid 50% battery, so a really easy refund. But what is this for? Is it like supposed to be a challenge quest that has like 100 small fry that you can maybe instant kill? Like you would definitely not use this for farming because you would have to do separate turns for the MPs anyway. And it's single target. And you're definitely never gonna insta kill any boss anyway. So what the hell is this buff for? It's definitely a lore buff, right? But man, this was not it, Chief. It's a new buff, so I'm kind of disappointed. This is a very new buff. It was last year, right? So, man, I am disappointed. This was not a 2021 worthy buff. It's a cute idea, but because until instant kill gets better, it sucks. But hey, at least it does more base damage now, so there's something. But man, they really missed it with this. Give him like a quick up or something. He doesn't have... Dude, imagine if he got like a quick up on his MP. Oh my, that would have been so good. But no. Instant kill mechanics. Yikes. Now, I think he is still actually very solid among the 2 stars. Great Stargen. DPS also not terrible, and he's very easy to keep alive, so... He might honestly be like here as well. Yeah. He's actually good. Not sure if I can go higher than this though. But, yeah. He's not even the best among the low stars for star generation either, but he's just a solid package, I would say. Good star gen, decent damage, easy to keep alive. Cursed Arm. There you go. Right, oh. The next 2 stars though, oh my. Alright, starting with Samson. Oof, is all I'm gonna say. Hey, at least he got a cool costume now. Where is it? There it is. Look at his fancy, sexy, round, you know, glasses. That's it. That's all they ever did for him. Thanks, Lasagna. So, what do we got? A single target buster DPS in Samson. with obviously still the assassin deck, which honestly makes it even more awkward in my opinion. So, attack on the lower side again, and it's even worse because he's assassin. Sad. MP gain, terrible. No ways around it, it sucks. Stargen, also among the assassins on the low side as well. So far, that's a pretty bad start. Even the deck itself is awkward, having a Buster MP. And still the standard quick deck. He should have like a double Buster and then like crit stuff in his kit. That way Samson would be way more interesting, but he doesn't have either of those. So let's take a look at this amazing kit. This might be the only skill that actually is somewhat okay. Evil damage for 3 turns, 60%, 5-turn cooldown, good uptime, solid modifier, evil as an alignment, you know, obviously somewhat common. A lot of bosses tend to be evil, so even if it's the only effect, at least this skill right here is not trash. It's not trash. But sometimes it's just useless. But to be honest, you would probably never bring him anyway if you're not fighting evil. There's just, unless you really like him and you have a grailed one, you will probably never bring him unless you're fighting evil to begin with. Now, second skill, single target heal for 3k with a cleanse on a 5-turn cooldown. It's not the worst heal out there, but it's certainly not among the best either. But kind of a weird placement on a DPS in my opinion. You would probably want these from your supports instead. In fact, I would much prefer a DPS skill again. But oh well. It's okay as a utility skill. And then the joke. Oh my goodness. What a joke it is. So it's the same 60% damage mod for 3 turns on a 5-turn cooldown, but instead of being an actual useful thing like anti-evil, it's anti-human. Now, again, some people still don't know this. It's not humanoid. There is a big difference, okay? 99% of servants in this game are considered humanoid, and a humanoid damage bonus is actually really good to have. That's actually useful. Human is a very different trait. So if we go here, I'm even going to show you this. We'll go into the traits list. We'll see what we have under human, right? Oh boy. Where do we get this amazing thing? In fact, it's not even listed under servants because it's only on common enemies. But yeah, I guess it still, you know, my point still stands. Not a single servant is considered humanoid in the entire game. And also, yes, this is not the same as the man trait, or the attribute. Because there is this, like attributes. This is a trait only found in normal enemies. Like those Roman soldiers. Or the Amazonas female fighters. So, yeah. Yeah, no, Night Moon, you're not listening to me. That's exactly what I was doing. Bros, dude, okay. Fuck. Did people think I was... Okay, you're not listening to what I'm saying. I wanted to show the trait in the list. Oh, did I say humanoid just now? You said servants aren't humanoid? Oh, my bad. Okay. My bad on that. Okay, I thought you meant something else. Okay. Yeah, my bad. Servants are 99% humanoid. They are not human, is what I meant. Okay. My bad. Okay. Thank you for correcting me. So yeah, this is useless most of the time. Just useless. One of the worst skills in the entire game. I'll just leave it at that. Presence Concealment D. I mean, it's not like his star generation was that good anyway, but yeah, it's a low rank too. The MP at least has been buffed, but because it's like a very early buff, at least they did make the OC a bit better. But man, this should be before damage anyway. Like the insta-kill is before damage is a laughable number anyway. Not that it matters if it was a 500% over 30, it doesn't matter at all. But yeah, it's a 30% defense down for 3 turns. That is very solid. But because he barely has any damage in his kit, this totally should be before damage. But they didn't really do that back in the day. So, I guess not. Oh well. And no other normal effects. Yikes. Samson. They need to do something about him, man. They just need to do something about him. D. Just a D, not even a plus, honestly. I don't think I can even put him on D+. If you're fighting evil, he's not the worst. And evil is not the rarest thing ever, like I said, for alignments. But besides that, you would probably never pick him unless you really like him. which is fair. D for death, yeah, there you go. Alright, the last Bronze Servant. Another kind of a tragic one. Another day 2 2-star. I guess all the 2 stars are day 1. Oh, okay. Phantom of the Opera. AoE arts. I still want to say DPS and not a farmer. I don't care if some, rarely we get like 6+ enemy nodes where, you could probably make the meme dream a reality, but yeah, DPS over farming. It's not really realistic. So, attack also on the lower side. No surprises there. Despite having an AoE Arts MP, he still has the triple quick deck, which is super awkward. Definitely should have a double Arts on his deck. Good old day 1 game design. Speaking of which, his gains, not great. But at least he has a bit better potential for it, because you can open with your MP as well for an Arts lead up, I suppose. So you get a bit more of that, but besides that, they're still not good. Even the Stargen also pretty weak for an assassin, very weak. Skills, he still has a basic bad version of Innocent Monster. Hopefully this is buffed someday. So a measly up to 9 stars per turn for 3 turns on a 5-turn cooldown. Good uptime, not great on the number though. And because it's a bad rank, it comes with the defense down demerit. 14% for 3 turns. That means he's gonna die to weak hits as well. How yikes is that? Yikes, just not, no, this is not a good skill. It's just bad. Second skill, at least they buffed this. I like that it's a charm 1 female or Canis for 1 turn. But now at least it works on every enemy in the game for 1 turn, which is good. But it doesn't go to 100%, although there is the third skill to help with it, but still I wish the charm itself was 100%. And it's a buff strip as well, so honestly, this might just be one of the best single target charms now in the game. No joke. It's actually like one of the best single target charms in the game. On a skill. But yeah, the third skill can obviously help a bit. So if you have this active, you're probably going to land your charm. But yeah, they don't even match on cooldown, which makes it even more awkward. But you could probably hold off on using this anyway, because it's not really good for anything else. You don't really care too much for the mental debuff resistance most of the time, even though the uptime is good and goes to 100%. Just, this skill just sucks. Like, this is stupid, right? The solution to his problem is this, and the solution takes the spot of another skill. Like, why isn't this just good to begin with? Why does it need a solution that creates another problem? Like, I never understand game design like this. It's just mind-boggling to me. Unless they specifically wanted him to be bad, then yeah, sure. Which is obviously can be possible because day 1 and he's a bronze servant, but yeah, weird. This is a high rank, but doesn't do too much for him, but it's nice to have, I guess. MP has been buffed as well, luckily. It always had the ignore defense, which is nice as a normal effect, obviously. But then the OC is... it's interesting, I have to say. So it's a minus 50% debuff res, but with the buffed version, it's 6 turns, so... It's actually not terrible. It's probably the best debuff res down in the entire game, actually. Now that I think about it. Not the best effect still by any means, but, it's interesting to think about, I suppose. A 6-turn debuff res down, with a solid chunk of it too. So the MP itself actually isn't bad. The worst part about it, obviously, is that it's 1 hit on an Arch MP, so that is just awful. But yeah, the effects are okay, for sure. And also the damage is buffed, obviously. But he's still not good. Sad to say, he's still not good. He should be single target, if anything. Should I place him here or here? I think one of the D's, but I'm not sure where to put him at. I do like the charm buff being... you can charm any enemy in the game now with the buff strip. That's nice, but... yeah. Like, the charm is good. It's definitely good, but besides that, he doesn't really have too much going for him. Maybe this is here as well, honestly. If he was single target, he might be here, or maybe even here, because I think he would make a lot more sense. But as an AoE, he's not even good for farming, so yeah. Okay, there you go. Phantom is D as well. Alright, 3 stars. Alright, let's go. There's a lot of them for Assassin, actually. Actually, not a lot, but a decent chunk, I would say. Starting with the day 1, of course, we got Jinkei. Again, I can't pronounce her name. I'm sorry. Japanese, they would say Keiko, obviously, but yeah, I have no idea how the Chinese pronunciation goes. So, in a single target, quick DPS in terms of stats, she is above 3-star attack by about 200, which more or less, you know, is nullified by her class being Assassin, but, you know, still not terrible, I would say. Has the triple quick deck as well, lovely, with the MP, I like that, good combo. Sadly, 2-hitter quicks are back yet again, so the gains, they're pretty much the same as most of these, not good. Even the Stargen is not that great, I really wish she had triple hitter quicks. Would it be that much to ask? Come on. But yeah, obviously not terrible though. At least the attack is decent for a 3-star. Skills. The skills themselves are not amazing, but at least they have good synergy, so that's cool. So, self-absorb, 3 turns. Only 200% though. I wish this was like 500. This still doesn't really guarantee you stars. But it's nice to have. Otherwise it would be just a star bomb. 15 stars, 5-turn cooldown. It's okay-ish. Just okay. Second skill is really cool now, I think, after the buff. Was it 2020? I think it was 2020, not 2021. But yeah, first of all, king damage, 3 turns, 50% on a 5-turn cooldown. Really good uptime, solid modifier. Obviously, king enemies are not that common though, sadly. But if anything, the other effect is much better here. So, when you it's another one of these regend effects, right? When you attack with quick cards, up to 5 times or 3 turns, whichever happens first, the enemy gets a defense down 10% for 3 turns. Solid, very good. Considering again, much like Regen, she has 4 quicks, including the MP. So very nice. I like this. Very good. And then star generation 50% for 3 turns. They did upgrade that number as well. So yeah, I would say now it's a great skill. For sure. Even if you don't fight King, even if it's just a quick defense down spam and the star rate, I would still say it's a good skill. So yeah. Oh wait, you're actually right. Yeah, you know what? Yeah, a ton of riders are kings. So you know what? Yeah. That is actually very true. In terms of riders, a lot of them tend to be kings, right? Wow, so yeah, it's actually a really, really good skill, man. How about that? According to y'all, 12 riders have the king trait, so that's a lot. This is top, dude. There you go. Thanks for letting me know. Third skill is like her mana burst, I guess. 30% quick up for 1 turn and 50% crit damage for 1 turn and a 5-turn cooldown. It does combo with these two, I suppose, obviously, but as a skill on itself, it's just weak. It's definitely a weak skill. But hey, it gains a bit more value because the combo is decent. Presence Consuming B is, you know, alright. Not with her numbers, not the best, but, you know, still nice to have, obviously. And then the MP also has C debuff. So, no other normal effects, sadly. Actually, there's a demerit that does 1k damage to herself. Not the biggest thing, I would say. This is not the worst demerit out there. I would say it's somewhat negligible. So, yeah, it's not too bad. Insta-kill chance obviously sucks, but hey, with the buff, it's now a base 20-star bomb on the OC, which I like. It's even better than Regen's on the base, so... And because of the upgrade, it does a good chunk of damage as well, so... Yeah, this is... I have seen videos of it, actually. This can actually kill herself. A lot of these that do damage to self as demerits, they will put you to 1 HP, but this one can actually kill you. I guess that's worth noting, but yeah. There you go. I would say she's in a pretty solid spot nowadays for a 3-star assassin. Obviously, quick is not the strongest it's ever been, and even the MP itself only has 1 hit, so say goodbye to your gain dreams, but... Yeah. I might even say, like, it's a B plus or A, in my opinion, for Jinkei, honestly. Among the 3 stars. I would say she's very solid. The second skill is so good now. So good. I could maybe even see the A, honestly. Even despite being... you know, not the greatest in some places. I could maybe even see the A, honestly. But I'll start with this, okay? We'll think about it at the end. But I could honestly maybe even see an A rating for her. Ooh, the next one. I really like the concept behind Jekyll and Hyde. But man, the execution was horrible. I really wish they revisit this concept again, because they're probably not going to fix him too much. But yeah, I want them to revisit this concept of the dual class being a thing. But just do it properly this time. Now, attack, unlike Jinkei, is actually much lower, so that's already a pretty bad start. What is he anyway? It's hard to say, honestly. I want to say he's a single target buster DPS. Because on his assassin form, he's terrible. Let's be real, he sucks. He's just terrible across the board. He doesn't do anything when he's assassin. He's easier to keep alive when he's assassin, but what's the point of keeping him alive on that form if the form is useless anyway? But yeah, I'll just call him a single target berserker buster DPS, I guess. That requires a bit of setup, which is already not very, you know, ideal. Now, double buster, double quick deck. At least he has the double buster, I guess, but triple buster would have made way more sense, because you can't even reuse the MP anyway, which is stupid as hell. But yeah, I think triple buster would have made more sense. At least there's two. Gains, I would say pretty bad across the board for both MP and star generation. No, even if you're assassin or berserker, doesn't really matter. He's not there for gains at all. Just doesn't work. Yeah, you're not wrong, Saru. Alright. So the skills. So all of these skills have like two different effects. They are super bad if you're assassin. If you're berserker, some of them are actually pretty good. So if you're assassin, you only get 15% attack for 3 turns. If you're a berserker, you get 50% attack for 3 turns on a 5-turn cooldown. Now, if you are Zerk, that is actually very solid. If you're not Zerk, it's terrible. So again, great. Kind of useless being assassin in this case. Second skill. You have a 15% chance to stun if you're an assassin at rank 10. If you're berserker, you have a 150% chance to stun. Which is basically, well, I guess it's 10% chance base, but then you get 15% bonus. So it's 25 as assassin, and then basically guaranteed if you're a Zerk. So man, is this like the worst skill ever if you're not a Zerker? It's the worst. 6-turn cooldown, guaranteed stun as a Zerk. It's just okay at best. But even then, again, you have to do a whole thing before you can even make good use of it. And the third skill, 15% crit damage for assassin, and then 50 if you were berserker for 3 turns on a 5-turn cooldown. It's not even that much considering he doesn't have any absorb. That sucks, dude. That just sucks. It's worse than self-mod A. I mean, it's a self-mod skill, but it has this special hide interaction, so it's even still much worse. Like, this is a big problem. They want him to do crits, obviously, because as a berserker, and his MP doesn't do it, you can't even reuse it. You can't even use it to heal. So you don't have a damaging MP. You can't do a Buster Brave Chain. You are relying on crits, but you don't even have absorb to begin with. And obviously, he doesn't keep his assassin absorb when he transforms, so absorb goes to shit. So it's not like you can crit anyway, unless you bring like double Merlin with MLB 2030s each. Good luck ever critting with this guy consistently. And to top it off, he has no defensive skill outside of a stun. What the fuck? Alright, let's move on though. So Assassin, he gets the Stargen. On Buster, he gets, or Berserker, he gets the Buster up, which is actually really good. Further makes me sad that he doesn't have a triple Buster deck, because there's another 10% Buster up, and you know he's gonna get even more from the MP. So if he's Assassin, he does bonus to Saber. If he's Berserker, Rider, I guess, sure. And then the MP. So what do you get? You transform into Berserker. You get 6k max HP permanently. So what does that mean? That means his base HP with normal foes will be 16.6k. So for a 3-star, that's obviously God tier. But, you know, he still doesn't have any defensive skills. And he's a Berserker, so you will still need to protect him quite a bit. Also, fully heals himself, which, you know, cool, I guess. And then the OC is where it really is at. So you get a permanent Buster buff, base 40%. Obviously, if you get the OC higher, it gets even better. But again, why doesn't he have a triple buster normal deck? Or at least, you know what? Maybe keep this deck, but change the deck when he changes too. It should. There's no reason for the deck not to be triple buster by the time he's a berserker. It just makes no sense whatsoever. But again, year one game design, I guess. Like, I really like the concept behind a double class servant. It's cool. It's so cool. But just doesn't work. It just doesn't work. The DPS is extremely inconsistent, because without crits you're not going to do much, even with big buster buffs as a 3-star. And no damaging MP, no defensive skill. You're gonna die still fairly easily. Assassin form is useless, so even if to get to the form that is only subpar, you still need to do work, which again, not great. I think another D is in place, honestly. I think he's another D servant. Not even a D plus, probably. I don't think a rework can even save him, to be honest. They need to make like a second version of him. Yeah. I don't think he's E, because Hyde can still do some stuff. He's okay, but just like barely okay. Yeah. I do still hate the fact that you can't even recast his MP. I don't even care if you can't stack the buster up. Let us at least get like a full heal. Even if you don't give us the max HP again or the buster up, it's a useless thing when you're Hyde. It's useless. You literally cannot press the MP button. Maybe he is E. I don't know. Maybe an E. You know what? I'll make an E plus. I think E might be too savage, but I'll make an E plus here. Okay. There you go. There, it's back. There you go. The color matches his vest too. There you go. Alright. There you go. That's Jekyll and Hyde. Okay, back to Hassan's. We got 100 faces. Or 100 personnel. Depends on the translation, I guess. Single target arts DPS. So, that's interesting for an assassin, I suppose. Attack is sadly a bit on the lower side, but not as bad as like Jekyll, for instance. But of course the assassin modifier will still drag it down a bit more, which is unfortunate. Double arts, double quick, I think is very good. So she can also do a full arts chain if everything goes well, which is great, especially with her kit, is even better. Gains are honestly we're finally starting to see some better gains. They did nerf the MP gain for the MP because of the high hit count, but still, not a big difference. It still can refund quite a bit. I'm glad to report that, I suppose. So yeah, we're finally starting to see some better gains, at least, for these assassin class servants. Good. Star generation is sadly a bit on the lower side, though, for an assassin, because of the bigger focus on arts. But hey, a 6-hit extra is still sexy, I have to say. And even the 2 quicks she has are still 3 hitters, so it's not as bad as it could be. So, does pretty okay here, I suppose. Now the skills. MP generation, 20% for 3 turns self on a 5-turn cooldown, with 40% star generation for 3 turns. Yeah, it's okay. It's basic. The numbers are kind of on the low side, but at least the uptime is good, so... yeah, it's an okay skill, I would say. It goes really well with your playstyle as well, I suppose. Mostly the MP gain, but yeah, the Stargen is also alright. So, second skill. you can get a full rainbow of card buffs, but each of them only has a 30% chance to activate, right? Oh wait, no, 80% chance to activate. I was looking, yeah, this is the value you get. Yeah, it's an 80% chance for each of them. It does an individual calculation. But yeah, if you do land them, they're actually solid 30% each. So it's not bad. And they're all last 3 turns on a 5-turn cooldown. And even a 1 turn of 8 on a 5-turn cooldown is already better than average, right? So it's actually a somewhat alright skill. Yeah. How about that? But, you know, 80% activation can be annoying. You really want to hit the arts buff at least. That's all I'm going to say. The arts buff is so nice to have. Buster up, obviously no one cares about that. Quick can be good as well, but you really mostly care about this. No one really cares about the buster buff. She literally has 1 buster that's a 1-hitter. This might as well not be here, honestly, at this point. Third skill. Self-heal 4k on a 6-turn cooldown and removes all buffs. Terrible. I don't know why a lot of people defend this skill. I remember when I did my low star list last year. Why the fuck are people defending this skill? It fucking sucks. It's a terrible skill is what it is. The heal should be like 10k if it's a 6-turn cooldown that removes all your buffs. Like, this is a terrible skill, man. It should be like a 4-turn cooldown, if anything. Maybe even 3 if it removes all your buffs, which it does. You can't even avoid it. Like, it's even worse because, again, even if you give her buff removal resistance that scales up to 100%, this has a 500 chance to remove. So you can't even prevent that. It's still gonna go through. So you can't even, yeah, it's even worse because of that. So that's a yikes. It's because you don't use her. Okay, here's the thing. I know she's good and I have used her a lot. That doesn't make... Okay, just because she's good, and she definitely is, doesn't mean that this skill is good, Geraldo. That's a stupid argument. A good servant can still have an E-tier skill, man. This is an E-tier skill is what it is. It sucks. It just sucks. Because a lot of the times, you're going to be running her not on solo anyway, so you're going to be having so many buffs coming in from your supports consistently. This is always going to remove something, and no matter what you remove, it's going to suck. It's just going to suck, right? So yeah, she's good. She's very good, but let's not pretend this skill is not garbage, because this skill is complete garbage. But hey, at least these two skills are alright. Alright. This is nice. Again, her Stargen is not terrible, so it's still good to have. And the MP has been buffed, which is very cool. I do wish the arch was down was before damage, but hey, it is still very solid to keep the train rolling, basically, you know? It's nice. So it's a 20% arch down, arch res down for 3 turns. Yeah, so again, makes, especially if you have an arch chain with the MP, it's so good. So good. Yeah, and it's a 13 hitter, which is funny. The OC is also really good. 50% base on that crit chance down on OC for 3 turns. Strong. Very, very strong. You guys know how much I like crit chance down on bosses. It's no secret. I think it's a very great debuff. So yeah, MP is great. Really solid. Even better than a lot of golden servants. Even if this is after damage, it's still a great MP. So yeah, she can actually MP a lot, especially if you bring her good supports. She's like she's one of those champions that feels like a train that just kind of keeps going and going, basically. Is that OC stackable? It absolutely is, which again is even better because of how spammable her MP is. So with just 2 MPs on base OC, granted you land both of them, the enemy is guaranteed not to crit. So that's again kind of nuts. Yeah, even the MP kind of looks like a train, I agree. That's a train of Hassan's, so... Yeah. What can I say? She's still really good. I hate the 3rd skill, but she's still probably like A+, honestly. I think I placed her here last year as well, if I remember correctly, and I think I'm willing to do the same thing again. She's still a really good 3-star servant. Really good. As much as I don't like the 3rd skill, she just works really well. Just works, and it's not like you always have to use this 3rd skill anyway. You can just kind of skip on it, but you know, there you go, the first A+ of the day. All right, now before we get the other 3-star Hassan, we have Mr. Kotaro in between. He's a fun one and a very cool one. So we got AoE quick DPS. I wouldn't know, not a farmer, definitely a DPS, and a very, very good star generator. That's something I really have to emphasize here, okay? So if anything, he's more of a star gen than he's of DPS. He's utility, he has a lot of utility as well, which is very cool. So attack is around the average for a 3-star, which again is makes it a bit less than average because of the assassin modifier, but in his case, I don't think it's the biggest, you know, problem ever. MP gain, sadly, isn't that good. But man, the star generation, oh my god. Triple 4-hitter quicks with a 4-hitter extra as well. And the MP has 5 hits on AoE quick. Oh baby, that's so nice. That is so nice. Like, that's stars for days, man. Yeah, needless to say, his star gen is god tier. Pretty much. Yeah, I suppose by proxy of him being, you know, feeding you so many stars, it does mean that the MP gain is a bit better, you know, by that proxy of that. So yeah, I guess you could consider that a bit because of crits, obviously. But anyway, let's take a look at the skills. So, man's got a lot of debuffs and a lot of good ones at that. So, AoE attack down doesn't scale, sadly, only 10% for 3 turns. But hey, the crit chance down scales up to 20% for 3 turns. All of this on a 5-turn cooldown. It's good disruption, what could I say, on AoE. So, sabotage, B+, yeah. I would say it's still a fine skill. Second skill, your standard 1-turn evasion or 6-turn cooldown, but this is not Mind's Eye, so what do we get? We get Star Generation instead for 1 turn, 50%. But because it's also not Mind's Eye, you can also target this one, which again, gives it that nice flexibility. I like that. Targetable stuff really adds value, especially in defensive skills, so... You obviously you're probably gonna get best value if you target himself because you know chances are actually no, because you're probably gonna run him with assassins anyway, so chances are whoever you target, unless it's a support, they're gonna get use out of the Stargen anyway. So yeah, not bad, no matter who you target, most likely. Third skill used to be meh, now it's really damn good. So, starts with the enemy getting a minus 100% debuff rest down. I love the fact that this goes first, because you open with this, then it helps with the other debuffs here, it helps with these debuffs, and it helps with your MP as well. So, what do you get besides that after the buffs? AoE defense down 3 turns. 20% on a 5-turn cooldown is already very solid. Like, just those 2 first effects would be a very decent AoE defense down. Like, that would already be a very decent AoE defense down. But now, you also get an AoE buff block for 1 time, which doesn't even expire. Love it. Love it. This is a really good skill now. Oh yes. So good. He himself, with just 2 skills, will give 5 solid debuffs on the enemy. That's not even including his MP yet. All of that on AoE. Think about it. So yeah, his debuffs are crazy good as well. A+ on that Presence Concealment is amazing, obviously, because his Stargen is so good, so it's even better with this. And then the MP has been buffed. So they did include a second normal effect as well now, which is, again, more defense down. Another 20% for 3 turns. This one, sadly, after damage, but hey, it's just going to enable your other DPS more, because chances are he's not going to be your main DPS anyway, most likely. And then a Confusion for the enemy for 5 turns with a 30% base chance of activating every turn for a skill seal. Not that big of a deal. I don't think skill seal is ever that amazing, but, you know, it can be okay sometimes. Yeah, pretty much will. So there you go. It even does a good chunk of damage, despite him not really having like damage buffs. His MP still does a decent chunk of damage after the buff. So yeah, you probably won't really bring him for too much for damage, but you will bring him for Stargen and amazing debuffs. He does both really well, like really well. So he's, yeah, I agree with chat. He's an A+. He's definitely an A+ for 3 stars. He's the best low star generator game, isn't he? Like, of the 1 to 3 stars in the game, he probably does it the best of any servant of any class. So, and his debuffs are very good. So, there you go. Kotaro is very good. EX when you use the drip costume. There you go. Alright, then the other 3-star Hassan, and sadly, unlike 100 Personas, Serenity is kind of pales in comparison. So, also a single target arts DPS with the same deck, similar numbers, but again, you might think like this looks good. Trust me, it's not. Her MP gain is horrible. Horrible. It is so bad. She doesn't even have anything really in her kit to help with that. It is so bad. Good luck MPing with her if you don't bring batteries, because yeah, that's not gonna happen easily. Attack is also on the low side, but it's pretty similar to 100 Phase, I guess. But you know, it doesn't really help that it's also on the lower side, because otherwise her kit doesn't really make up for that like 100 Phase does. Alright, there's your costume, okay. Stargen also not amazing. But, you know, for an assassin, it's still okay, I guess. Now the skills. This is not a bad skill for the effects. So what do we got? 20% crit chance down for 3 turns and a guaranteed drain. But it's a 7-turn cooldown. Why is it 7 turns? What the fuck, dude? Why? Even 6 would be kind of hard to swallow, but 7 turns of cooldown? I mean, don't get me wrong, I like the effects. But even the crit chance down only scales to 20%. It should be like 50%. Because it's more down than it is up. So why is it 20%? If the downtime is 4 turns. I don't get it. Good effects, but bad skill because of the cooldown. She also had the same skill as Cursed Arm did. She also got it buffed, but in a different way. So, unlike Cursed Arm, she doesn't get double stars. She inflicts poison on the enemy with also the poison amplifier. So you know what that means. It's not as good. It's just worse. So much worse. Why doesn't she have like a poison damage modifier? She should really have a poison damage modifier, right? Because again, dots suck. They just suck. You could stack it though. Yeah, sure, it lasts for 5 turns on a 4-turn cooldown. It's a tickle to begin with. It's not, even if you stack it, doesn't matter. It's a tickle. It's just a tickle. So it's barely better than the old one, but not a whole lot of difference. They did buff this as well, probably with the idle event, right? Judging on the name. So, self instant kill up rate, 50% 3 turns, miss me. Debuff success rate up 50% for 3 turns. Can be alright. Not that she offers really amazing debuffs besides this one, but whatever. Now, 30% arts up for 3 turns. Thank God they gave her something that's worthwhile at least. That's good. And then when you attack with arts cards, you poison the enemy. Again, even if she has all of this poison, even with the MP, and she also has the amplifier from the second skill, it's not really going to add up ever to meaningful numbers. It's never going to be that good on a serious comp. You can meme around and have some fun with it, but it's never going to be like super viable, unless they change how dots works. Or give her like a poison. Like if she had a poison damage like modifier, she would be so much better, because her uptime on poisons is ridiculous. It's god tier. It is just god tier. Yeah, she's like a Robin support if anything. But at least the arts buff helps a little bit with her gains and a bit with her damage, but still, yeah, it's an okay skill now. Presence Concealment A plus is okay, and I guess she has a bonus crit damage buff, so why not? You know, it's a bonus. She doesn't really have too much crit bonus going with her besides, you know, a star bomb, but yeah, you know, it's nice to have, I guess. Berserker bonus is nice. MP also has been buffed, so good old poison again, and then MP seal and skill seal, but both on 40% chance. You can't even really make it better, can you? I guess this helps though, doesn't it? Now that I think about it. So you know what? It's not that bad then. Yeah, this helps actually. This helps. So it's not as bad as it could be, but even with this on max rank, it's still a 90% when you think about it. So there is a chance you could miss. But whatever. And the insta-kill OC obviously doesn't really matter much at all because it sucks. Damage is decent though, for sure. Especially with this new buff, but besides that, she's just like, you would probably still never pick her over 100 personas, right? Unless again you like her, have grailed her, etc, but or if you for some reason need a really crazy uptime on poison, like if there was like a challenge quest where the enemies like they only take damage if they're poisoned, then yeah, EX tier right here. But otherwise, she's still kind of lacking in my opinion. Is it too brutal for me to still place her in C+, even with all those buffs? I don't know, man. I'm still not really feeling her. Maybe a B? I don't know. I don't know, man. Like, I just think 100 personas is just so much more solid. Maybe a B with the arts buff now. It's one of these two, I think. Maybe like a low B. I don't know. It's really hard to justify, but Yeah, let's put her there for now. But again, if someone would place her there, maybe I could understand it. Sure. Wow, we're at the last 3-star already. But it's, in my opinion, the coolest of the low-star assassins. Ooh, a very fun one. Mr. Okada. Another single target arts DPS. So, what are we working with? Double arts, double quick on the deck. I suppose that makes sense. If honestly, I think double arts, double buster would have been the best deck for him. Because of his MP being arts and him having crit potential. But yeah, they probably don't like that idea too much for Assassin. But I think that deck would have been the best. Oh well. Attack, sadly, again on the lower side for 3 stars and even lower because of the Assassin one. So if anything, like Jinkei is the real highlight here for the 3 stars for attack, I guess. Now his gains are better than most of the stuff we've seen so far in terms of the MP gain, which is good, I guess. Still nothing crazy, don't get me wrong. It's not like his MP gain is still amazing, but it's better than, you know, the stuff we've basically seen so far. Stargen on base kind of sucks, but he has ways to make it better. But on base, without like any buffs, before he gets any buffs, it's not that good at all for an assassin. The skills. Now, unlike Samson, he has a humanoid buff. And to add insult to injury, it's 100% instead of 60% as well. And also comes with crit damage for 1 turn. So this skill is like 50 times better than Samson's 3rd skill. Even though this skill is still not like God tier, it's good. But it's 100 times better than Samson's 3rd skill. So yeah, great damage modifier. Really good, because 99% of servants in this game are humanoid, so what's there not to like? That's arguably easier to do than Gilgamesh's bonus, which, again, that says a lot, right? That really says a lot. Yeah, humanoid is even more common than weak to Enumilish, so kind of crazy. The cooldown is hefty, though, for sure. But yeah, you can have that one sexy nuke turn against any servant in the game, kinda. 2nd skill, Mind's Eye False, rank C. So it's the standard 1 turn evasion on 6 turn cooldown, crit damage, up to 32% for 3 turns. So again, double crit damage, which means he definitely has some crit potential. And to make it even better, he has Absorb. 500% pretty standard, not going to guarantee, but it's going to be a good aid. Only for 1 turn, but notably it's on a 3 turn cooldown, so the uptime is still not terrible. But I still wish this got buffed or something. Yeah, it's still like, yeah. Like his kit is basic. Like to all sense of the word, it's very basic. The effects are fine. But the downtime is pretty big a lot of the times, and the effects are kind of basic, but, you know, synergy is fine, and, you know, this is a great damage modifier, obviously. This is okay. Until you MP, the Stargen isn't really gonna be super meaningful for him. Saber bonus does not matter, and then the MP. Sadly, no other normal effect, but he does gain 100% Stargen on base for 3 turns with the OC before damage, so there you go. With this active, he can actually give you some stars. But mostly only with this active, otherwise he's not really there for star generation. And it's a 4-hitter arts MP, so you know what, you can get a decent chunk of refund as well, I suppose. But I'm not gonna lie, I still think it's a weak MP. It has never seen a buff, there's no other normal effects. And the OC it's alright, but it's not really gonna, you know, break the game or anything, right? And yeah, I was about to get to that, y'all. Not only has he never been buffed, sadly, he's a limited 3-star. Yeah, not even story locked, limited. Think about that. So even MP5 is actually pretty hard to get. You'd be surprised. To all of my fellow gacha rollers who have rolled MP5 for a limited 3-star, like Mori or him, it can be very difficult, huh? It can be very difficult. You'd be surprised how not great the 3-star rate up is. It's actually pretty bad. So yeah, it's not that easy. So yeah, I think he needs a buff, for sure. That voice crack was massive, though. Apparently my voice needs a buff as well. I think he needs a buff. Maybe on the 3rd skill, maybe on the MP, maybe both. Funnily enough, they gave him 2 costumes though, but he has never seen a buff. I think he's one of the Bs. One of the Bs. Maybe a B+? What do you guys think? Well, I think he's one of the Bs. I don't think I can place him in A. I can't place him in A. Yeah, B+ might be fair though, yeah. 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 I think B+ might be fair. I'm kind of feeling that. I love the fact that humanoid is just, it's like the most common thing to do basically, so it's really nice to have. Yeah. But hey, maybe he can get higher later if they... I mean, they clearly like him because they gave him 2 different costumes for a low star, which is crazy, but just buff him now. And he's gonna be even better. Oh boy, it's time for the fun stuff. Starting with 4 stars, we have a legendary day 1 4-star. It's none other than Stedo, the bane of everyone's tutorial roles, right? Most people at that point don't even realize it though, but yeah, I guess it tends to be the case. So what is Steno? That's a hard question to answer, honestly. She has a Buster MP that does no damage and still this regular quick assassin deck. She's like a utility support-ish thingy is what she is. She's definitely more of a supporting character. She's never going to be a DPS. Her Stargen is also not that great either, let's be real. So yeah, I guess she's like some kind of a divine support. Anti-male support at the same time. Kind of all over the place. Anyway, for the stats, her attack is actually somewhat okay for a 4-star. It's still below average, but if anything, you'd maybe wish it for it to be even less because you really don't bring her for damage. So yeah, that's actually funny, but I was about to mention that this MP gain value itself is actually the highest in the entire game. Believe it or not, 2.26% is nuts, is ridiculous. Obviously, it's not that ridiculous looking at her deck because it's 2-hitter quicks with 1-hitter arts. So overall, her gains are still not amazing, but they're not terrible. I would say they're definitely not terrible. They're actually still all right. They're not bad. They're not garbage. But this number is definitely very misleading. You'd think she would be like like god tier for MP gain. Definitely not. But workable, I suppose. Because God knows you don't want to miss out on this MP, right? Alright. Stargen, as I mentioned, is not that great with these numbers. But, could be worse. At least she's still a triple quick, I suppose. Now, she has basic vampirism, which doesn't scale to 100% for the drain. I hate it. I hate it, I hate it, I hate it. Man. And then it's a 27% battery. Gotta love the day 1 game design, right? Gotta love it. We're gonna be seeing one next as well, I think. But yeah, all of this on a 6-turn cooldown is not the worst thing ever, because both battery is good and drain is good. But man, the drain not being 100% really, really annoys me. Because I really like drain. Most good drain effects are guaranteed in this game, so there's no reason for this not to be guaranteed in this day and age. Oh well, it's an average skill because of it. Second skill, 100% up to 100% chance to charm 1 male for 1 turn on a 7-turn cooldown. Average at best. Just as a charm, it's average at best. 6-turn would be pretty alright. 7-turn, yikes. At least this one scales to 100%, so that's good. We've all seen the famous Charmlocks team, right? It's sometimes possible, I guess. Now, here's where the divine support comes in, right? So everyone in the party gets 20% attack, and everyone who's also a divine gets another 20% attack for 3 turns on a 5-turn cooldown. Note that this one actually includes herself as well. A lot of these buffed charismas, or like alternate charismas, whatever you call them, they exclude the caster. But this one, and because Steno is also a divine, she actually does get the 40% attack up here. For better or worse. Again, she doesn't really do too much with it, I suppose, but she does get it as well. So... But yeah, if your allies are also divine, they get a nice 40% attack up, which is nothing to scoff at on a good uptime, so yeah. How about that? Now, passives, at least here, she's like one of the best assassins in the entire game, so that's cool. An innate 50% magic rest because of magic rest A and Goddess's Essence EX, that's sexy as hell. And presence concealment A+, a very high rank as well, so yeah. These are like top 3 assassin passives or something like that. Kinda nuts. And hey, Won't you look at that? She has the best case scenario in her append. This is like insanely rare, where they have the full-on, full class advantage bonus on the append class skill. So again, I guess that's something worth mentioning. Not only like, it's not even Zerk, it's just full-on, full class advantage to the class she's good against, so there you go. MP has been buffed because it was one of the worst MPs in the game. It still sucks, but at least now it has more utility. So it's an insta-kill chance to kill a male opponent. Completely useless, but then also a defense down 20 to 30% depending on the level for 3 turns. And then added now with the buff is buff removal. Also a male charm. 100% base on the OC. So again, this is why this just the charm lock thing is like real, basically. How about that? It's still, I would say it's still a bad MP though. Definitely more on the bad side than the great side, but it's better, obviously. I really don't know, honestly, what to do with Stedo though. Ugh. I mean, yeah, they're fine, Rib, but I was just saying these are misleading. This would mean that normally someone would look at these and say they're god tier, but I would say, yeah, they're still fine. The MP gains are fine, for sure. But not like god tier, as this might suggest. I don't really know what to do with Steno, honestly. I almost want to do like a C+. I don't know, even after all those buffs. I don't like the first skill being RNG either. Do you think she's at least B? Really? Really? I'm having a hard time justifying B in my head, honestly. Maybe her MP uptime is good enough to actually get more value out of it though, yeah. I mean, you might not always need the buff wipe as that often anyway, Char. You gotta also think about that. Just because she maybe can do it fairly often doesn't mean you always need it like every turn or something like that. I think I almost want to keep her on C+ though, because I still don't think there's all that many great reasons to pick her over someone else. So just because of competition, I think I'm gonna leave her an average tier, which is about C+. Because there's not that many cases where you would like, oh, I'm gonna pick Steno. She's gonna be so good here, like compared to someone else. So, yeah. And a lot of bosses nowadays are immune to charms anyway, which doesn't help her cause because she has 2 charms. And male charms anyway, so yeah. I guess they are really on the really good side then, Yuri. I knew they were good, but I didn't know they were like top tier, but okay, fair enough. Apologies for that. Alright. I guess she really is on the top side of MP gains. Yeah, I don't know. I'm still feeling an average tier for Steno, honestly. Just because of competition, and you don't really have a lot of reasons to pick her ever. She can do some work for sure, but I don't know. I'm still not really feeling it. Alright. Speaking of vampirism, right? Oh boy. Carmilla. Another day 1 4-star assassin. Single target the Buster DPS. With the standard assassin deck still. I guess, yeah, this would have obviously shown me that, because I know Carmilla actually has pretty good gains, so, you know, obviously if Carmilla has good gains with these, then Steno has as well. Yeah, fair enough, alright. But yeah, attack, good. That's nice. That's definitely way above average, and even with the assassin class kind of dragging it down, I would still say it's still above average, so yeah, that's not bad at all, honestly. But yeah, MP gain, really good. Turns out, really good. Yeah. Oh, that's nice of you to tell me right now, Jordanian. Like what, 7 weeks into this thing? That's nice, man. I really wish you could have told me that before. Oh well. Anyway, Stargen also. It's okay, right? It's alright. It's not like great among the assassins, but it's alright. It's passable, I would say. Yeah. Oh yeah, I would agree with she's the best Liz, for sure. So yeah, this is the exact same skill. Like even the same rank and everything as Steno, right? So how about that? Again, not a big fan of the skill, but it's average-ish. If it was a guaranteed rain, man, this would be so much nicer, but... And maybe even the battery would be a less awkward number. Whatever. Still not terrible, though. Good old torture technique. Unfortunately for her, even though Liz's one got buffed and Wu Zetian's got buffed, you see it later, hers has still not been buffed. Very unfortunate. It's not garbage, but it's just so... average. It doesn't... Like, nowadays, skills tend to do a bit more than this. So it's a single target defense down, 20% 3 turns and a 5 turn cooldown. The uptime is fine, but besides that, that's all it does. So I would still say, honestly, nowadays, on the weaker side of skills, they should definitely buff this skill. They should buff both of these. Meanwhile, the third skill, though, I really like. This is good, though. I've always liked this skill because, you know me, I like that crit chance down. So 50% down for 3 turns is very nice. And you also get 10 stars per turn for 3 turns. On a 6 turn cooldown, I feel like that's very fair. So, yeah, at least this skill is good. It is very nice. As it should be, because it's her unique skill. D rank on that presence concealment. A bit sad, but eh. It's not like she's really known for Stargen anyway. MP also has been buffed, which is lovely. So, what do you get? You heal yourself for 2k. You get an attack buff, 20% 3 turns. Sadly, after damage, but, you know, better than nothing on the normal, I guess. And then, of course, if you're fighting females, you're gonna one-shot people, basically. So, yeah. Carmilla, obviously, very known for anti-female combat. Obviously there, she's like really, really damn good. If not, I still say she's fine. She's still fine even outside of female combat, but obviously it's a big difference, right? Basically. But luckily for her, it's a gender-based damage modifier, which is pretty easy to accomplish, I suppose. Both for like riders, zerks, and hell, maybe even some neutral classes sometimes, because it's a big damage modifier. So... yeah, I think Carmilla still to this day is pretty solid. I'm thinking a B plus or an A, honestly. Maybe an A. I'm between these two. Yeah, A probably makes more sense, right? Yeah. Like even outside of females, you can't really go wrong with a Carmilla, right? Even if her skills are, 2 of them are kind of bland and old at this point. Her numbers are good, and yeah, she brings good stuff to the table. She's A+. I don't think I can go A+, though. I would like to see at least one more skill buff. I'm sure they're going to buff the torture technique at least at some point, right? They haven't really touched the vampirisms, but torture technique they have been buffing, so I have full faith that hers will be buffed one day as well. Which, honestly, depending on the buff, probably at least an A+, but you know, if they make like an amazing buff, you never know. The sky's the limit, I guess. No way she's the same year as Regend. Rich, you should know the best. You don't compare the rarities, dude. Come on. You don't compare them, okay? Okay. Do you think Regend is better as a 1-star? Honestly, maybe there is an argument to be made that they could be compared in that sense. Like, Regend might be actually a competitor, but I'm talking like a level 60 Regend, though. Is that really a better... Would you... His kit is much better though nowadays, though. That is for sure, yeah. I still think this is fair though. I like this placement. Yeah. Yeah, okay. I'm happy with these placements, okay. Yeah, that's fair, Char. 1 to 3 stars are easily comparable, especially because most of them are easy, free MP5s anyway. But this is a harder comparison. Obviously, it's a fair comparison if a lower star obviously does the job as well or even better than the higher star. It should not be done the other way around, though, where, you know, someone who's better should be compared to someone who's a lower star. So, you know, then it would be kind of just mean. But yeah, I don't think a level 60 Regend is really better than a level 80 Carmilla. Sure, his kit is better for sure. But yeah, it would not really, like, be enough at that point. No. But if you have a level 100 regen, yeah, sure. But that's obviously not like a thing in this list. Grails are not considered, nor gold foes or anything like that. Alright, next one is a cool one. The first welfare, right? Yeah, alright. I keep forgetting how old Shiki is at this point, but yeah, there she is. Assassin Shiki. Single target arts DPS yet again. Attack a bit on the lower side, unlike Carmilla, but still not terrible by any means. Gains are fine. Not great, not terrible. I would say they're actually above average. Yeah, they're above average, I would say, yeah. But not amazing. Stargen is okay as well. I like the 4-hitter quicks, that's fine. And the 5-hitter extra, so... For an arts assassin, they're still fine as well. So not bad, honestly. Skills. It's her version of the arts mana burst. So you get the 50% arts for 1 turn. And death resistance down for the enemy. And also invul pierce. It's okay at best, I would say. The instant kill is pretty, doesn't really matter. But hey, at least it's still a better mana burst because it has an invul pierce, I suppose. But it's still obviously not an amazing skill by any means. Just added utility. But at least it makes her 1 MP hit really hard. And her MP does hit really hard because free MP fire buff, so keep that in mind. Evasion 1 turn, 6 turn cooldown. The basic Mind's Eye falls much like Regen, but she, from what I remember, has a better rank. So 40% crit damage is actually pretty solid. So yeah, not bad. Still a pretty standard defensive skill, obviously, but at least the rank is high. Then her battery, 30%, and does 1k damage to self on a 6-turn cooldown. Average-ish to weak, I would say. It does help keep the MP train going, but, it's not really like a great skill regardless, though. So, yeah. Why does this have a demerit? Because of Saber Shiki having the other one. With they reverse the HP and the gain, basically. It's a lore thing, That's why it has a demerit. Yeah, overall the kit, the skills are honestly, I would say average at best. Average to weak-ish, but still not terrible, I would say. Presence Concealment C is alright, and then this is also very nice because, she already has some crit in her kit. Now she can get up to 50% with this as well. And then the MP. It was already pretty okay, but because she's a free MP5, but man, oh man. Normal effect ignores defense. And now, after the buff, also a 20% defense down for 3 turns. It is after damage, but even then, just the damage buff alone is kind of fat. Because of, being a free MP5, so, yeah. I mean, everyone knows how hard-hitting her MP is, right? That's like the most well-known thing about Assassin Shiki is how hard her MP hits. She is pretty basic nowadays, but hey, Arts is a good card type and her MP hits hard. And it's a free MP5, so... A, I would say, honestly. What do you guys think? You think she's plus? Maybe after the MP buff, yeah, maybe a plus is fair. Yeah, honestly, yeah, it hits so hard and it's fairly easy to MP quite often with her. Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. Yeah, especially with all the good art supports is way easier. It really hits hard though, yeah. Yeah, because free MP5 with the MP upgrade and everything, and overall a good amount of numbers and a standard kit, yeah. She's definitely on the better side of the single target assassins. Yep. Still no EXs though. Still no. Won't be seeing probably many of those. Especially not the next one. Oh. Alright. We got Mr. Kiritsugu, Emiya Assassin, Kerry, all that good stuff. Another single target arts DPS. I can already tell you not as great as Shiki though, sadly. Attack again on the lower side. Maybe it's slightly higher than Shiki though, so at least she has that going for him. Not a big difference, sadly. Same deck, double arts, double quick. But, you know, he has the famous 6-hitter buster and 8-hit extra. So I guess he does have that stuff going for him, right? But sadly, again, if anyone's ever used him, oh my, his MP gain is bad. It's not good. It's just not good, man. And it doesn't even help that they, obviously because his MP has so many hits, they nerfed the shit out of the gain on the MP as well. I actually made a video about when Castoria came out. You can actually make him do an MP loop. But man, does it require like everything, plug suit and everything, like every fucking buff to help, and then it's like a barely 100% refund. But it's possible, but it's not really anything you should take too seriously, because it takes everything you have and then some. But his Stargen honestly is not bad at all. 6-hit buster, 4-hit quick double, and 8-hit extra. Despite being an arts assassin, his Stargen also at least is still pretty good. So there's that, for what it's worth. Now, he also has a mana burst like Shiki, but it's much worse. Not only does it only go up to 40% instead of 50%, no invul pierce, and, you know, I guess no one really cares about the instant kill down anyway. But yeah, it's obviously just strictly worse. So that's not a great start. Unlike, you know, Mr. Archer, who had this skill buff twice, Carry still has the basic one. I can't believe this is even allowed in this day and age, but yeah, it is a thing, so whatever. But at least he does have invul pierce otherwise, on a good uptime as well. 3 turns on a 5-turn cooldown here on the second skill. And also 50% crit damage for 3 turns. The demerit is not really even that big. Its party debuff is down 20% for 3 turns, so I would say that's a minor demerit. This is an okay skill for sure. But sadly, he doesn't really have any absorb to go with this, so, you know, his crits are still gonna be fairly kind of inconsistent. Obviously, being an assassin and him himself having decent Stargen as well, you know, you're gonna be getting a decent chunk of stars every turn, most likely. But still, I would like to see some absorb as well in his kit. And then the third skill, his targeted taunts for 1 turn, and also a up to 15 star bomb on a 5-turn cooldown. It's okay. Not great, not terrible. It's just okay, I would say. Can give you a bit of more control on the fight, for sure. Especially if you're fighting single target boss, it's even better. So yeah, it's alright. Sure. Definitely helps, because he doesn't have any, you know, way to protect himself, so... Best case scenario, you're gonna fight a single target boss, and you're gonna get use this on one of your allies who actually has like an invul or something on the turn the enemy MPs, and then deal with it like that. So, yeah, in a way, it's his defensive skill. A plus presence concealment, very nice, and also very nice on the independent action A for 10% extra crit damage. Yeah, good. Also an Avenger passive, funny. MP also has been buffed, so much like Shiki, ignores defense and also guaranteed rain. I really like it. So the normal effects are A+, very good. Crit chance down, 3 turns, sadly only 10% base though, but hey, it's not instant kill, so it's still miles better. If anything, I think his MP is better than Shiki's actually. It really is. But yeah, shout out to 15 hits, by the way. Is this the highest? It's the highest hit number in the game, right? I think it is. Yeah, it's a great MP, but you know, his gains are not great, so the uptime is not going to be as great as Shiki, for instance, and he's not a free MP5 either. He needs more buffs. This was a good start though. Like, the MP itself is good. It's good, but he has other issues for sure. Oh man. So Shiki is A+. Do you think it's wrong if he's a B after the MP buff? I think he might be a B. Like, he has good potential, but he's a bit slow to just get going, right? Just doesn't move as fast as like Shiki. I think after the MP buff, a B is fair. He's definitely not as bad as people, like, you know, make him out to be. Like, you can absolutely make him work. So I think a B is honestly fair among the 4-star assassins. They need to buff this first skill at least. At MP gain. Ooh, that would be juicy. Right, the second welfare. And man, sadly not as great as Shiki. In fact, I firmly believe Shisho Summer over here might just be one of the worst welfares in the entire game, sadly. But, you know, it kind of makes sense since she is a year 1 welfare. Let me rehydrate a bit. That's good. Yeah, that's why I said one of the worst, Nico. I didn't say the worst. I said one of the worst. There's a reason for that. Anyway, AoE quick assassin. I would say DPS. You can't really farm with her. Her gains are so low. It's, as far as I remember, it's impossible to Scotty loop as well. So don't even think about it. Attack, average, but, you know, because of the assassin modifier, it's a bit lower. But, you know, it's still better than some of the ones we've seen so far. Okay, there you go. Fine. Gains are bad. Even if, like, I can just tell from using her, they're not good. They're just not good. You might think they look fine, but they're not really good. They just don't feel good at all. Stargen, though, that's not bad. Definitely not bad for the Stargen. But MP gain is, yeah, leaves you a bit wanting for more. Deck is fine, by the way, because of the quick MP as well. So, self-taunt 1 turn and self-crit damage 1 turn, 50% on a 6 turn cooldown. Kind of a really random skill. Crit damage with a taunt. It's not even targetable. Kind of random, honestly. But hey, at least chances are there's going to be a lot of stars if you're using her, so the crit damage might have some value. But much again like the other ones, she doesn't have any absorbs, so yeah, you need those stars consistently. Now this one is targetable at least. It's a heal that also comes with a 1 turn up to 1k damage cut. Definitely not worth the 6 turn cooldown. It should be 5 in my opinion. But oh well. I've seen worse things. Still pretty weak, I would say. Even the heal is not even that massive. And then her quick mana burst. So, they upped the cooldown by 1 and added Invul Pierce. Not sure if that's worth, honestly. Probably not. The downtime is pretty horrible. Pretty horrible. But it is a 50% quick up. So if you do manage to get that MP quick chain, fat. You're gonna get guaranteed stars for sure. And a lot of damage as well. But man, is that downtime big though. This is just such an old and basic kit. This is weird. This is okay but weak. And this is, again, also weak because of the downtime being so massive. So yeah, not a great kit, I would say, overall. Man, only rank E presence concealment. That is a shame. This should be way higher, because she actually has good quick cards. Oh well. Lancer bonus, who cares? No other normal effect on the MP, and only instant kill chance on the OC. Now that is what we call a bottom tier AoE MP. Yeah. The sole, like, saving grace is that she's a free MP5, so at least the damage is alright. That's the only thing. Otherwise, it's a bottom tier AoE MP. It honestly couldn't be worse. We have a single target version of this example later as well, which really pains me because it's, you know, someone I really love. But yeah, this is the AoE version of the worst MP in the game. But yeah, on a 5-hitter, especially if you have this up, you can still generate a good amount of stars with the MP for sure. She should be single target though, because she can't really farm much. She's kind of bad for that. What do I do with Summer Shisho? C+? What do you guys think? What do you guys think? Just because of the free MP5 and pretty decent Stargen. A lot of you guys are saying just a flat C, huh? It's probably one of the C's for sure, yeah. You would bring Kotaro over her every day. Yeah, I agree, honestly. I think Kotaro is so much better. Yeah, I'll stick with C+. I'm okay with that. Alright, back to single target action. We got Mr. Assassin of Shinjuku, Mr. Fister, Yanqing. How about that? Single target, a quick DPS, and also star generator. A very good one at that. Attack on the lower side, but it's okay. Not terrible. Triple quick deck makes sense. I like it. Gains are not amazing though, also. At least for the MP. Stargen though, Star Generation is really good. He's really known for that. He's so good. Especially with his kit helping it. So at least that is good. But his MP gain, it could be a bit better in my opinion. But yeah, not bad. So what about the skills? There's a lot of synergy here, I have to say. So, this is his own selfish one. Self-absorb up, 600% one turn, and then 30% MP gain. 5 turn cooldown. So the uptime or downtime is big, but the effects are fine. Like with this active, you can actually get some decent gains, for sure. But yeah, big uptime though. Or down, I keep saying uptime, downtime, okay. Yeah. So not the best skill ever. Now, they did buff this. This used to be so bad. I mean, not bad, because he was still good for the Stargen, but man, only 29% for 3 turns, come on. Now it's so nice. Quick up 30%, hell yes. Crit damage 30%, why not? Helps with the first skill as well, and then this they buffed this to, I guess, to be 30 from 29. Really good on 5 turn cooldown. Actually a solid top tier skill, I would say. This is so good. Such a good skill now. Especially for him. Makes a lot of sense. And then the unselfish skill. The third one. Reduces his own absorb by 100% for 1 turn and gets, say, up to a 20-star bomb. 6 turn cooldown, though. Yeah, again, massive downtime. Should not be a 6 turn cooldown with these effects. Either they need to buff this or bring the cooldown just down. But they don't really bring cooldowns down without buffs anyway, right? So... yeah. Dude, my voice is dying. Ugh. And more drinks. Excuse me. Let me go. Okay, there you go. Alright. Good. So, Presence Consumed C. I wish it was higher, but at least it's not like E rank. It's kind of in the middle. This is a cool, unique passive. Crit damage and quick up. Very nice. Thumbs up. Great, great passive. Love it. We'll have the same version for arts later, by the way, which is cool. Archer damage, no one cares. MP has been buffed because God knows it needed it. If anyone ever used him before this buff happened, like even when we had this buff for some damage for the MP here, without the buff, it used to deal like the least damage in the game for like all 4-star. It was so bad for damage. It was the biggest tickle ever. But hey, at least the Stargen was good. But now, oh my, they added 2 new normal effects. Quick res down, 20% 3 turns. It is after damage, sadly, but still very nice and very welcome. And 50% crit damage for self for 3 turns. Hello. Now he looks better on the crit DPS side as well. And crit chance down, 20% 3 turns. This is what a really god tier MP looks like now. How about that? This is a really, really, really good MP. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, it's crit damage, not chance. This is so rare, dude. I keep forgetting this exists. This is like the second crit damage down we've seen in this entire list so far. True. So it's not as good as crit chance down, but good of you to correct me. Yeah, it's not as good then. But, you know, better than instant kill, am I right? Because, you know, God knows assassins have too much instant kill in their MPs. True. He's alright. Bit of a, I mean, at least the good skill has good uptime. So even though these two have big downtime, at least, and his MP hits pretty well now and has good effects. I think he might be like a B+, honestly. Maybe an A. He's not bad at all now. I would like to see the third skill buff still. I almost want to keep him in B+, honestly. I kind of feel better with B+, personally. Yeah, I think I would prefer Carmilla a lot of the times than him, honestly. Kinda. Even though they're kind of different, though, but still. It's not a massive difference, though. I think I'm okay with B+, honestly. Yeah. Not looking too hot for the assassins so far, though. No one is surprised, though, probably. Right, next one, moving on. We got the lowly empress, I guess. Wu Zetian. Again, I have no idea how to pronounce her name. Forgive me for that. Can't do Chinese. So, single target quick DPS with also some decent utility in her kit as well. So what do we got? Double buster, double quick. Interesting. I think she should have been triple quick. But oh well. Interesting choice, I guess. Yeah, Assassin 170, yeah. Attack is again on lower than average for a 4-star, but it's on the higher side of the ones we've seen so far, but still, you know, not great. MP gain is not that good. It's maybe average-ish, right? Pretty much. Not great, definitely. Stargen is also just okay, I would say. Not too bad. Kind of okay across the board, right? Just okay across the board. It really comes down to the arts card for the MP gains, right? With this number and this hit count, yeah, this one arts card actually does generate pretty well for sure. But it's only one in the entire deck, so take that as you will, I guess. Now, as I mentioned earlier, some of these torture techniques have been buffed, and hers is one of them, so what do we got now? On a 5-turn cooldown, you reduce the enemy's defense by 30% for 3 turns. That's already very solid. You do a burn, which no one cares about, but then also a one-time buff block for 3 turns. Wow, that's nice. This is a great skill now. This something like this is what Carmilla needs as well, right? Yeah. Gains are good even for the quick card. You might be right, but I guess, yeah, you could get an arts lead from your supports as well, to be honest. So, you know what, maybe I was a bit more harsh on her. Because, you know, on her own, it's hard to get the good gains going consistently. But, you know, you could get an arts lead from your support for your quicks as well, I suppose. So, you know what, fair enough. That's fair. Good skill. Second skill, oh, it's the good stuff again. Imperial Privilege. Oh, God, I hate this skill. It's not even a high rank. I mean, don't get me wrong, the buffs are still great at 38% each. That's nuts for 3 turns. But, you know, we've seen EX already as well. But, like, I have to repeat myself yet again. In fact, this is not even the only IP in this entire list for Assassins. But, yeah, here's the thing about IP. God tier, when you land both buffs. E tier, when you don't. And if you land one of them, it's average. So, there you go. That's IP in a nutshell. But I don't like this skill. I hate the RNG. I only like it on Ozzy when he can deal with it himself. Alright, it's her version of Charisma. So I really wish she got the quick buff herself. It just doesn't make any sense to me, but whatever. So everyone gets the 20% attack up for 3 turns, and then everyone except her gets a 20% quick up for 3 turns. I remember when she came out, people were like, oh my god, we have a quick support. No, definitely not. This is utility at best. I can't even call this quick supporting at this point. It's a nice help, but no, she's not a quick support by any means. But it's obviously better than Charisma, but not a big difference. This should totally go for herself. Come on. Come on. She would be stacked with damage if she had this. Come on. Do it. Right. I wish this was a bit higher, but oh well. Berserker bonus is great, and the MP has also been buffed, which is really good. And they added a buff removal with the buff 2, which I am always a big fan of. Sadly, it's after damage, but hey, it's nice to have. Poison no one cares about, but you know what? 50% crit damage for self for 3 turns. That's always a nice OC. We've already seen many of these in the previous classes tier lists as well, but yeah, this will always be a good OC in my opinion. Obviously better on some others. Like, she doesn't even have that much crit potential going with her. Besides, you know, maybe generating a bit of stars due to being a quick assassin. But, yeah, it's still good. For sure. Yeah, I was about to say, y'all. She has really good MP damage. Not only is buffed already, which is good. She has a big defense down. She has a big attack from IP as well. More attack from here. And again, imagine if she had this as well. Oh my god. But yeah, even if this doesn't apply to herself, just from her own kit, that's so much stuff that helps with her own damage as well. So... yeah. If anything, she's kind of underrated, right? She's kind of underrated. She brings good stuff and also does pretty good damage. Honestly, she could be A. I think she might be A. I think she's better than Mr. Fister. I'm not sure if I can put her into A+, though. That's a hard sell, though. That's a pretty hard sell. So there you go. This small Empress is pretty good. Man, the next one is so tragic, though. Alright. Summer Nidochris Assassin. AoE arts. And it pains me to say this. This is the same as a reason, Lancer. AoE arts DPS. Not a farmer, but a DPS. Alright, I'll give you your FA. There you go. You know what? Okay, maybe it's a bad idea. I'm gonna censor that for the video. Imagine if that got the video demonetized. That would be funny. But anyway, what do we got? Attack, a bit low, but again, pretty standard it seems for 4-star assassins, if anything, but still, for compared to 4 stars overall, not great. Double arts, double quick is okay. I like the deck. Gains are actually not bad on base, but they're really good when her own skill is also active, so gains are actually, for the most part, are very good. Very good gains on her for the most part. Stargen, though, for an assassin, it's on the weaker side for sure, but not terrible, obviously, because, you know, not hardly any assassin has, like, terrible star generation, but among the assassins, it's, you know, on the weaker side for that. Skills. Self-defense up 30% for 3 turns, and then another 30%. So this is her version of Morph, basically. Also comes with debuff resistance 30% for 3 turns, so I would say a fairly solid defensive skill. Pretty chunky for at least that 1 turn, and then even pretty good defense up after that as well for the remaining 2 turns. Second skill, self-taunt 1 turn, and a big damage cut up to 2k for 3 attacks 5 turns. Now, for Assassin Shisho, this didn't really make too much sense, especially when it came with crit damage, but not only does the second effect here make more sense, it also goes well with this, but there is the problem that it's a 7-turn cooldown. It's a bit too much in my opinion. Even though, yes, you can keep this as well if you like CC the enemy, but yeah, this is probably gonna get consumed on the taunt turn anyway, so yeah, it's yeah. But if you do combine this with the first skill, you basically take 0 damage for that turn, unless you get hit with an MP. But yeah, with face cards, it's like 0 damage, which is kind of cool, I guess. Too big of a cooldown, though. And there we go. This is a nice skill. So, self-attack up 30% 3 turns, and then MP damage 20% 3 turns, and 30% MP generation for 3 turns. I think a 6-turn cooldown with those effects is fairly fair. So, yeah, I kind of like this skill. So, overall, her kit's kind of basic, but it's not bad at all. It's okay. It's alright. This is nice, but not the biggest steal for her, and also more tickle for Divinity. And then the MP. 3-hitter arts. Defense down 20% 3 turns after damage, sadly. But man, this one term in parentheses ruins everything. Instant kill before damage. So if this wasn't the case, she would actually be an arch looper, for sure. She has the numbers for it. It's tested out, so yeah. It's so unfortunate. This just makes it not possible because it would be so inconsistent. You can't have insta-kill before damage because you don't get any refund because of that. So it's the same problem with the Reese, right? On the Lancer side. So I guess now she's just a DPS that's kind of an awkward spot, if anything. She's not bad by any means, but man, she would have been the best looping assassin, right? In the entire game. Just think about it. How sad is that? Just because of this one thing in parentheses, it ruined everything. I don't even care if it's an instant kill, because no one cares about, but because it happens to be before damage, ruined. But she would, I'm still gonna say she's fine. And I'm thinking a solid B. Still a solid B. Obviously getting MP copies is a bit more difficult, but yeah, she's an alright servant still. But she could have been so much more. She could have been the Surf Mo of assassins. But no. It was never meant to be. Oh well. Alright, next one. Moving on to Shimosa stuff, right? We got Mochizuki. Back then they actually gave Assassins some love because there was a double release, right? Alright, so first of the two, we got Mochizuki, as I said. Single target arts DPS yet again. Very common among these 4 stars, I guess. Attack, again, lower side, sadly. Even more so than some of the others. Double arts, double quick deck makes sense. I like it. Maybe double buster, double arts would have been even cooler because she has a bit of crit potential, but this is completely fine. Gains are okay. Not bad, but not great either. But I would say worth mentioning, I suppose, for the MP gain. Star generation, though, I guess is for an arts assassin also it's okay. But among the assassins on the lower side. Skills. Up to 100% MP seal chance. 5 turn cooldown. 1 turn. Average at best. Could use a bit more stuff. But I like the effect at least. And it does go scale to up to 100%. But average at best. Alright, self arts up 30%, 3 turns and a 5 turn cooldown is nice. Sadly, the other effect not that nice because it's, you know, on all of your normal attacks you apply a curse. You can easily apply a lot of these curses because it's on every normal attack. So all of your face cards and your extra card, no matter what they are, will apply the curse. But like, if you want to check out fun memes, you can. I made a video about this with her. It was pretty fun, but it's never gonna be like a serious thing. But hey, at least it's a solid arts buff with a good uptime, so it's still not bad as of a skill. But the curse thing is mostly a meme. Good old 1 turn evasion on a 6 turn cooldown, but this is her unique version, which comes with a 30% battery for self. It's alright. It's just alright, I would say. Kind of awkward with the combo, but you know, not bad. This is, I guess, nice to make the Stargen a bit better as well. All trigger damage is horrible. And the MP has been buffed, luckily. She was pretty weak without this, in my opinion. So, you still have the skill seal for 1 turn, and then the buff also added. This is why I made the video, because I wanted to see how much this cursed stacking I could do with her alone. So, you get the curse amplifier for 3 turns. OC is nice. This one is the crit chance down, 10% 3 turns. Could be a bit better on the number, but at least it's not instant kill, so anything is better. Yeah, it does alright damage, even with lower levels after the buff, because she has the arts buff as well, so not bad. She's still okay, I would say, but how does she compare like to Shiki, who's a free MP5? I don't know. Is she like a full tier down, maybe? Maybe not that much. Maybe not that much down. Maybe still an A, honestly. Hard to say. I mean, the buff does make the MP way more solid, though, but mostly for the damage, because, you know, the curse doesn't really matter. Yeah, I don't think Shiki's like a full tier above, maybe. But I would probably rate Shiki higher because of the free MP5, mostly, if anything. They are actually somewhat similar, though, right? There's a lot of similarities between Shiki and Mochizuki. But yeah, I think I'll do it like this. B+ might be too harsh after the buff. Alright, then the second of the duo release for Shimosa, right? Sadly, this one is story locked, not permanent. Do you think she's that much better than Kiritsugu? Where was Kiritsugu? Honestly? Probably. Yeah. I think this is somewhat fair. She can spam her MP way better than Kiritsugu can, at least, so that helps. That means a lot. Anyway, Danzo. AoE Buster DPS / support, I guess? And not like a specific type of support, like a protection support, maybe? I don't think she's really a farmer either, honestly, sadly. I wish she was single target, like Mochizuki was, but whatever. So, attack, it's higher than Mochizuki at least, which is cool, but still low for a 4-star. Gains are, from what I remember, they're not good. But I could be wrong here on this one. I don't remember them being any particularly good. But what do you guys think? For MP gain, that is. Her star generation is actually not bad. That's for sure. But MP gain, from what I remember, is not that good. I mean, it's not necessarily bad either, but it's not like super noteworthy either. Yeah. Otto says solid, huh? Interesting. I might take your word for that then. Anyway, Buster and Quick Up. 3 turns each. Makes sense with the deck, I suppose. 5 turn cooldown, 30%. Pretty solid, actually. There's worse versions of this skill out there for sure, so... yeah. Not bad. Another, you know, one of these. It's the same as Kotaro does, so this is the targetable one with star generation. So yeah, this is the protection, but she also has the same thing. Is the exact same skill, but it's an invul instead of evasion. So it's a, I don't know, I still don't know really what they want her to be, right? It's kind of weird. She has 2 targeted hard protection skills as a DPS. Like, I never really understood. Like, both of these skills are fine, but, you know, I might have preferred something else. I think one of them would have been fine. Kind of weird. Kind of puts her in an awkward position, in my opinion, because she, like, does many things, but she's not really particularly amazing at anything, in my opinion. Yeah, protect Kotaro. Yeah, lore reasons, of course. This is nice. Stargen is even better. All trigger buff, again, is a joke. For Assassin. Alright, the MP has been buffed, luckily, because it used to be also a wet noodle, for sure, but now it's good. I really wish this was before damage, though. The AoE Buster Up. 20% 3 turns. It's actually a good effect. Great effect for a normal effect, but man, I really wish it was before damage. And then she has a demonic modifier, so it's not bad, I would say. Demonic, again, one of the more common traits for enemies, so not too bad, I would say. Honestly, if you're not fighting demonic, I'm not sure how often I would even bring Danzo, though. I feel like you could probably bring anyone else, almost. She's not bad by any means, but... like, I don't know, man. She's just kind of awkward, you know? Like, you have Gray for free as well, who's probably a lot better, so... B still, maybe? C+ might be too harsh. Because even she does decent damage still. And you know, the protection utility is nice, even though she might not need that much of it. But, yeah. She's not bad by any means, but she's one of those harder, like... you would need to find a good spot to pick her. Unless you obviously don't have a lot of options, then it's easier. But if you have a lot of options, she's probably not someone you would pick very often at all, so... yeah. Oh well. And we're almost down to the last line here already. One of my favorites again. Not because of gameplay, but you know, one of the best summer waifus, in my opinion. Ushi Summer, that is. AoE quick. And again, I want to say DPS, because she doesn't really loop well, right? I mean, I'm pretty sure you can brute force it, but at that point, you know... I would probably say she's more of a DPS. Also a star generator for sure. That's definitely worth mentioning. One of the best star generators among the assassins for sure. Anyway, attack is high, which is great. Finally, we get some better attacks on these 4 stars again. Good. Gains are actually not bad at all. I know from using her. Her MP gain is good, and her star generation is god tier, so... how about that? Honestly, looking at this side alone, she would rank really high, right? Just because of these stuff. This stuff right here. She would rank really well. But let's take a look at the other stuff. So, a 40% battery on a 6-turn cooldown, and that's it. Yeah, I mean, it's nice to have, but... it's a bit basic, don't you think? It's not bad, but, you know, And the number, obviously, is slightly awkward. The good old 40%. I don't know, because Kintoki has this as 50% on both of his versions. I don't know why they just didn't put this on 50% as well. It's kind of weird. Whatever. Anyway, her version of evasion is the better one, because it's a 1-turn evasion on a 5-turn cooldown, not 6, so that's great. And it also comes with a fat 30% quick up for 3 turns. This is really good. The only annoying part is slightly awkward to use because it's her defensive skill, but man, this is a good ass skill, man. Good skill. Especially with her quicks being as strong as they are. Even better. Now... Oh yeah, worth noting that, you know, at least we have a pens nowadays, so you can fix this a bit for turn 1 usage at least, so it's not as awkward as it might look. Obviously in later turns it might be a bit more annoying, but, you know, you can fix the turn 1 annoyingness. Now the third skill. For 1 turn, you get 500% absorb. One turn debuff immune, and also... every normal attack has a 40% chance to remove the buffs of the enemy for 1 turn. But if you do like a full Brave Chain of like her normal deck, you're basically guaranteed to land that, you know? I suppose, because it's 4 times 40%, unless you're really unlucky. It's nice utility to have for sure though, but yeah. 5 turn cooldown, maybe it's fair, because the effects are fine. It's okay, I would say. Yeah, it's alright. Hey Cyrus, thanks for gifting Gent a sub, man. Much appreciated. Overall, I don't think her kit is bad by any means. It's alright, actually. Nothing crazy, but it's alright. I wish this was a bit higher, but oh well. This is actually not bad considering she's literally a star machine, so crit damage is always going to work for her too. Riding A+ is so good. It's illegal almost for her to even have this, but yeah, she does, and it's really good. Needless to say. Assassin bonus doesn't matter. And then the MP. Removes offensive buffs on the normal effect after damage, but because it's only offensive buffs, it doesn't really matter that much if it's after damage, but oh well. Quick res down 3 turns, 20% based on OC. Sadly, again, after damage. And it doesn't have a damage buff, so not the most hard-hitting MP out there, I'm gonna say that. Still fine, I would say. And again, it's a 5-hitter as well, so a lot of stars incoming. She's pretty solid, though. But I kind of wish she was single target instead, because farming is not the best thing for her, for sure. She's still pretty solid, I would say. Her quicks are so good, and she's one of the best star generators in the game as well. For sure. Yeah. Good passives. Damage is not that great, though, is the problem, I would say. Her especially because she's a limited SR, so unless you have a high MP level, which is, again, maybe not the most realistic thing. That's the only problem. The damage isn't super high, but everything else is, I think, is fine. Is she still worth an A, though? Maybe she is, honestly. Maybe, yeah. Because she just does what she does pretty well, I suppose. I just realized we don't even have any AoEs on A anyway. That's pretty funny. She would be the first AoE here. Yeah, I'm gonna stick with A, but if someone wants to put her in like B+ or something, maybe that's fair. But her numbers are really good, so just a bit lacking on damage. But still not bad. Right, Lost Belt 3. We got Gutchan, Concert Yu Mei Ren, whatever you want to call her. So, AoE, Buster, DPS, and honestly can do farming as well. It is actually possible to do Buster farming with her. It's not pretty though. But it is possible, worth noting. But I'm probably not gonna put a crazy amount of emphasis on it, but I just want people to know that it is possible. Now, first of all, the attack is atrocious. It has to be the lowest of the bunch. That is, like, I don't know why they decided Lost Belt 3 servants had to have so low attacks. It's so stupid, man. That is ridiculously low for a, okay, I'll show the FA. It's ridiculously low for a 4-star. It's just brutal, man. And it's even worse, because you remember she's an assassin, which makes it even worse, because of the class modifiers, so that is a heavy yikes for a 4-star. Now, double quick, double buster deck. Honestly, probably makes sense. Interesting deck for sure. Her gains are honestly not bad, I would say. At least those are fine. Especially with the, you know, her MP per turn and whatnot. Star Generation also is not bad either, I would say. Does pretty decent there as well. But man, this attack is just, yeah, I can't get over it. It's like, yikes. But yeah, does pretty well, at least on the gain side. Now, 10% MP gauge every turn for 5 turns on a 5-turn cooldown. So basically 100% uptime if you don't get screwed over. And on the turn you activate it, you get a 1-turn debuff immune. It's alright, for sure. You know, keeps the train rolling a bit more, I suppose. So, not bad by any means. It's pretty alright. Now, they did buff the second skill as well, which is cool. She now gets a 30% attack up for 3 turns on a 5-turn cooldown. So yeah, that helps a bit with this problem. But, you know, yeah. So you heal 1k every turn for 5 turns. Again, 100% uptime. And then buff removal resistance 3 turns. Scales obviously up to 100%. This is key. Not just because you want to keep her buffs from the enemies, but, you know, if you know anything about her and how her MP works, this is kind of a must. If you want to use her, you have to max this skill. That's something you have to. You have to. There's no way around it. She's just going to be insanely inconsistent if you don't max the skill. But at least the uptime on the buff removal resistance is good though. So, not bad. It's actually a great skill now after the buff, I would say. And then, why did they give her the goddamn Vampirism C again? It's the same skill all over again. The same list as this so many times, dude. She's not even a year 1 servant. Come on. Give her 100% drain. Come on. Come on. Just come on. Why? It's still average or so. Like, I like the effects, but man, I hate the fact that the battery is so awkward and the drain chance is not 100%. I don't like it, man. I don't like it, but it is an average skill still. God damn it. But honestly, her kit is actually not bad. There's not a whole lot of damage on it besides this after the buff, but yeah, besides that, I like the kit. This is okay. That's the only passive she has though. And then the MP. So, great news, you remove your own debuffs before anything. Love it. That's really good. But then you have the opposite. You remove your own buffs. So that's why you need this. You need this so you can protect your buffs. Because otherwise the MP is going to do about 200 damage. But it also ignores defense, which is cool. Curse no one cares about. And I believe this one will at least always happen, right? And it's really fucking good. Like, this happens after the buff removal, right? So you at least always get the 50% buster up for 1 turn. That's really good. Like, that is a free fucking mana burst. No joke. Wow. Before damage, so it helps the MP as well. But you still don't want to lose your buffs. You still don't want to lose your buffs, okay? But at least this is guaranteed, which is great. Sadly, the MP hasn't been buffed, so the damage is still not that great, and she's story locked, so getting more copies is also fairly difficult, I would say. And even with all the, like, with this 30% attack up and this 50% buster up, with that base attack, she's still not, like, crazy for damage. It's still definitely, you can feel this attack when you use her for sure. But her gains are also pretty good. I still have a feeling that people trash her way too much. Obviously, she's not like God tier or anything, but I feel like she gets too big of a beating, you know? She's one of the bees for sure. For sure, especially after the buff to the second skill, helping a little bit with the attack. Yeah, maybe a B because of story lock. Because, man, it's still hard to get MP copies. And MP1 is still not that hard hitting, right? It's still somewhat lackluster. And honestly, I kind of prefer her to be single target anyway. But again, worth noting, she can do buster farming as well. But again, even there, her damage is not the best ever. And it requires, like, the full setup. You need to do, like, plug suits and everything, so... yeah. But you know what? Hopefully they're gonna buff her again. And she's still not trash by any means. Alright. Next one is a really good one, though. We got Gray. Another welfare. Ooh, baby. Saw a buff this year, right? Very cool. Was an unexpected, but, you know, why not? AoE, Buster, DPS, and also a farmer. In fact, I think I might even rate her more as a farmer here. She's actually a very viable buster farmer. High attack also helps a lot. That's like the complete opposite of a good chun just now. Very nice attack for a 4-star assassin. Very good. Triple quick deck. Not sure how much I like that, to be honest, with the buster MP, but oh well. At least her gains are still not terrible by any means. They're still alright for sure. But maybe a different deck would have been in order, like a double buster. Yeah. But oh well. Stargen is also fine. No worries there. So yeah, honestly, besides the deck being not the best in my opinion, at least she does pretty well for numbers, so that's good. Skills. Self-attack up 30%, 5 or 3 turns on a 5-turn cooldown. Pretty alright. The other one though, 100% damage up against undead for 3 turns. I mean, the number is great, but undead is sadly pretty irrelevant. Although, for farming, this can be relevant though, because, you know, a lot of events sometimes have undead enemies on waves, so for farming it could be relevant, but for DPS purposes, more often than not, this is just completely useless. But sometimes it's okay. Even with this, it's still just a below average skill, I would say, just for the attack buff, because it's still good uptime and a decent number, I would say. So, not a terrible skill. Her version of Mana Burst is very interesting, I guess. Both Quick and Buster up 40% for 1 turn, and a 1-hit invul for 1 turn. 6-turn cooldown is very massive. I think it should be 5, but oh well. But yeah, I guess you can get one a bit fatter MP off, I suppose. Besides that, this is not that great. This is just whatever, honestly. But it is her defensive option as well, I suppose. 20% battery flat does not scale, and then only 30% debuff rest for 3 turns. 6-turn cooldown I feel like is again too much for this one. Should definitely be 5 turn. Also would help with her farming as well, but I digress. Yeah, pretty weak I would say. So overall, I don't think her kit is that great. It's just okay, I would say. There's nothing really super great about it. Crit damage, sure, why not? Magic rest, yeah, very rare for assassins, but yeah, nice to have for bosses, I suppose. And then this is cool, unique passive, 10% MP gain, making her pretty good gains even better. So very solid. I mean, this is a god tier passive, if anything, right? You never see MP gain on a passive, pretty much, especially not this much. So that's kind of nuts. Really, really good. Damn. Berserker bonus is great, and the MP, this is the buff that happened this year with the rerun of case files. So they added Invul Pierce, love it, and they also added a 10% refund with the damage upgrade. Great buff. Get it? Great. No pun intended, actually. I just realized that after I said it. And then green and red resistance is down for 3 turns after damage. But, you know, both 20% base on 3 turns is actually still very solid if you're going to use her as a DPS. So, yeah, it's a great-ass MP, man. This is what a really good AoE MP looks like. And she's free MP5 with the damage upgrade and all of this. Like, man, is this a god tier AoE MP or what? Yeah, Grey is just really good now. I think she's an A+. She's definitely A+. Pretty solid farming. Very accessible. I mean, you do need the supports, of course, but also good DPSing too. Definitely very solid. One of the better welfares now. She is nice. She can rich loop? Oh yeah, she can. Yeah. For sure. She's actually, if you take like others into MP1 and she's an MP5 due to welfare, she actually hits the hardest of the buster farmers for assassins, right? So yeah. Yeah, I know. Yeah, exactly, George. Because of that, she might deserve things. But honestly, even then, like, sure, this has always been my policy, right? Just because someone does some role within a class the best, it's not an automatic EX for me. That's the thing. I still need them to be exceptional, no pun intended, right? Because even if she might be the best buster AoE farmer for assassins, very well, she might just be that. I think she is actually, but I'm not sure if that warrants an EX. I don't think she's that much exceptional enough to be there, honestly. But don't get me wrong, she's still very good. So yeah, don't let that, say otherwise, I guess. Only 2 more 4 stars remain. Next one is kind of a painful one for me, honestly. It's my waifu in summer version. Or one of her summer versions, I guess, at this point. Okita J Soji. AoE quick assassin. And I want to say a DPS. I mean, you could do quick farming with her, but man, it's not pretty. It is possible, but it's ugly. Let's just say that. So I should probably just treat her as a DPS first and foremost. Okay, so attack is high, love it. And man, won't you look at those 5 hit quick cards. 3 of them, count them. Just count what? That is crazy, dude. Ridiculous. So much like every Okita in the game, her MP gain is really good. And also, her star generation is god tier as well. So how about that? Numbers wise, she would be like the easiest EX ever, right? High attack for a 4-star assassin, god tier gains for both MP gain and star generation. Yeah, like just winning topside, but sadly we have other stuff to take a look at as well, right? So, first skill, self-crit damage. A nice 100% for 1 turn with the absorb as well. 800% way higher than average, on which is like 500, 600. On a 4-turn cooldown, which is great. So, it's even better than those 5-turn ones. But you do remove one of your latest defensive buffs, which can actually be really annoying. Can be fairly annoying. Especially because, again, I think she's better as a DPS than a farmer, if anything. So, yeah, still not the greatest skill out there for sure, but can make for an okay crit turn at least. Second skill, 6-turn cooldown for 1 turn evasion, the standard, but also comes with ignore evasion for 1 turn, good old sure hits, and 20% MP damage for 3 turns. If anything, I maybe would have preferred a bigger for 1 turn, but oh well. I mean, she can still kind of go pretty fast as well, so it's not like this is... She can definitely do more than 1 MP in this time, but... I would say an average skill or so, yeah. It's still an okay defensive option, but... average-ish. Thanks for the 8 months free. Welcome back to the Go Gang. Thank you. Then the third skill. At least this is cool. Because you get 50% quick up for 3 turns. That's fat. And imagine that with these quicks. That is ridiculous. But there is kind of a hefty demerit, right? Oh boy. And the calculation for this is so weird as well. I don't even know why they list it here, because it's the same on every rank anyway, isn't it? Maybe I'm losing it. So yeah, you get 10% defense down when you use it, 30% on turn 2, and then 50% on turn 3, which is a lot of defense down, right? That's a lot of defense down, so she kind of hurts herself with these 2 demerits, I suppose. But hey, at least her damage potential is good, right? And her gains are nice, so... It's not all for vain, I suppose. 6-turn cooldown? Maybe it makes sense because the 50% quick up is 3 turns. But yeah, it's a hefty demerit though. But honestly, even the demerits, they are bad. But I mean, that's why you have supports, right? So I would still feel like the kit is still fine. But yeah, I was just about to get into that, Alex, that... The kit is not the problem, like the skills. We haven't seen the actual very annoying problem yet that really makes her so much worse feeling. Anyway, Stargen. I guess she really gets insta-killed really easily, huh? But yeah, Stargen, I wish it was a bit higher. Debuff res is always nice. And then, you know what? She has the 400 passive, so stars per turn and a bit more debuff res does not hurt. So, there you go. And then the MP. Not only, it's already annoying that the defense buff removal for the enemies is after damage, then there's this line. Oh, this line. 60% chance to stun self. Now, the silver lining is that it only stuns you for that turn. So next turn, you're already good to go. So it's not like it's like a 2-turn stun or anything like that. So it's only for the turn you use this MP on. But this means your brave chains suck. They just suck. Because you should just use, if you're gonna have like a full MP chain with her, you should use face guard, MP. So you're just gonna, be a bit more inefficient with your face guard bonuses, and you're also gonna yeet the extra. You're not gonna risk it, right? It's not worth risking it. So, and that also means, sadly, because you use the MP last, that means your refund is gonna take a massive beating. Because, man, she would have so easy time of just MP after MP after MP. Way more so than Ushi Summer. She would way more easier. Just refund and refund and refund. But no. With this, it's so inconsistent. I hate it, dude. There are ways to play around this, of course. With some, support abilities. CCs. Maybe even CEs, etc. But it's still a demerit you have to really be on the lookout for, sadly. It's a big one. And then the OC is also really good. 30% defense down on base for 3 turns. Even though it's after damage, that is a massive amount of defense down. Way higher than average for all the defense downs. You can loop like that, Alex, but I would not recommend looping with her. It's just, like, for looping, obviously stun doesn't matter, but you need, like, basically everything ever. And then it's only bare bones anyway. So I would not really recommend farming too much. Man, she would have been so good, but like these I was still okay with, right? These are still fine. They are somewhat noticeable, but they're not deal breakers. This one right here, I hate so much. I hate it, I hate it, I hate it. Your brave chins are gonna be so bad. So I placed Ushi in A. I still feel like she's a B. Like, she has great numbers, great damage. Well, maybe not the MP, but otherwise pretty good stuff. But, yeah. God damn, dude. That is this is the best example of how demerits can really push someone down, honestly. I could maybe see a B plus like some people say, but honestly, I don't know. I feel like I'm just gonna leave her at B. As much as I hate it, she's one of my versions of my summer waifu, so it does hurt. It really does hurt. Believe you me. Sad to see that. Those great numbers are wasted, man. Alright, the last 4-star assassin, and one of the only 2 to be added in the last 2+ years into the game. And it's a welfare. We got Kichi Hogan. There you go. AoE quick DPS, but also a farmer. Actually, a fairly solid quick looper. Pretty solid. Unlike a lot of other people in this list. So, attack is high again, which is great. Love it. Definitely on the high side again. Now, double buster, double quick. I feel like that's fair for her kit. Yeah, makes sense with the kit. Yeah, alright. Can still do a quick chain as well if your cards line well. Gains are fine, definitely. As both MP gain and Stargen, nothing wrong with those. So again, looking pretty good, I would say. Not bad. Then the skills. Self quick up 3 turns, 30%, and evasion 2 attacks 3 turns on a 6-turn cooldown. I feel like that's a pretty fair skill. Nothing broken, but definitely still pretty good, I would say. Not too bad. Second skill, targeted battery, 20% up to, and also absorb. It's only a 200% absorb though, so that really most likely won't matter too much. On a 5-turn cooldown, it's just okay, I would say. Just okay. And then the last skill is a better version of Charisma. It's actually really nice, because you still get the 20% attack up AoE, but everyone, including her, 20% MP gain for 3 turns. Good uptime, solid numbers. Just a very nice skill, actually. Do like this a lot, right? Yeah. This is nice. Overall, I would say her kit is definitely above average. Yeah. Hey, David, thanks for the 7 months. Welcome back to the Gale Gang. I wish this was a bit higher, but oh well. Magic with EX is really nice, though, if you weren't going to run her against bosses. And, what's that assassin base up, so isn't it garbage? It's not garbage, it's about 100 base, so it's like the saber level, right? So it's not garbage by any means, but you know, it's not like compared as good as some of the other classes, but it's about middle ground, I would say, right? Anyway, this is interesting. She has territory creation. So, like, yeah, that one arts card is gonna do work, huh? Yeah. So, you know, good gains from that. Interesting. Good old lore passives. And the MP. Again, defense buff removal after damage is kinda annoying, but, you know, it's nice to have, I suppose. But hey, at least she gets quick up before damage, 1 turn. Sadly, only a 10% base, but, you know, better than instant kill. That's what I'm gonna say in these assassin ones. And free MP5, even without buffs, means that the damage is still very decent, especially with these skills active, so... Yeah. Yeah, also notably, it's 7 hits, so yeah, she can definitely go loopy-loop. Yeah. I think we're looking at one of the A's again for Kichi. Do you guys think she's A+? Probably. Yeah, I think A+ is fair. Well deserved. Good units. Fine for DPS and good for looping as well, so not bad. Alright, then we got the 5 stars. Going back to not day 1, but year 1. We got a Jaku-chan. Ooh. Definitely one of the examples again where numbers definitely carry a lot. So, single target quick DPS. Attack is literally just above average, but with the modifier it's just below average, I guess, but not bad. Good old 5-hit quicks though. And with that MP gain number is ridiculous. So let's just say both the MP gain and the star generation are god tier. Like actually god tier top 3 in the game. Stargen probably top 1. Kinda stupid. This is, I mean, I guess this is one of those rare cases where early game design kind of worked in the favor of the servant. Usually they do it the other way around, where the servant gets skimped. But here, like, this would never happen in this day and age again. They're not gonna give these numbers again to anyone else. Quote me, they're never gonna give these numbers to anyone else. But hey, again, she got the better end of the deal, I guess. So yeah, she has these numbers, so kinda fucking nuts. Ridiculous number of gains. Alright, she has the standard 1 turn evasion on 6 turn cooldown, which is also tied to her quick mana burst of 50% for 1 turn. Awkward to use, but not a bad skill. But yeah, definitely very awkward to use at times, because it's, you know, her... It's not her only defensive skill, but it's her main defensive skill, let's just say that. Bazet, I don't think even Bazet matches, honestly, no. I mean, she might be somewhat close, but no, it still doesn't match. Anyway, second skill is nice though. Full on buff removal for 1 enemy and up to 30% crit chance down for 3 turns on a 5 turn cooldown. I like this skill a lot. It is good and it's effective, so at least this skill is pretty good. Pretty basic, but it works. And the third skill, I actually don't like the third skill. Some people defend this skill, I don't know how. I think it sucks. Especially because she's supposed to be a main DPS anyway. This is just like making herself weaker. So it's a single target heal, 2500 on a 4 turn cooldown. So I think it's bad. I just think it's bad. Some people defend this skill and that's fine, but I just think it's a bad skill. I like the utility, it's targetable, but yeah. Nah. Anyway, because she already didn't have enough star generation, she has presence concealment A+, so you know. Make the god tier even more god tier. Archer bonus is bad. MP has been buffed, which is great. So, but sadly, it's one of those early buffs, so they only improve the damage. Ignores defense, though, is nice. And then, you know, good old bonus female damage before the damage for 1 turn. So, yeah. Not a bad niche, obviously. And even on base damage after the buff, despite her kit not having a lot of damage, she still does decent damage with an MP, even outside of a female opponent, for sure. Yeah. How to compare Surgery to 100 Faces Heal? Well, I think I like this one more, if that's what you're asking. But still, I'm not a huge fan of this skill as well, because I would prefer her to have something else. That you usually get this shit from your supports anyway. Oh yeah, this one was one of the scuffed modifiers, was it? Wait. Oh, you're right actually, aren't you? Wait, remind me again. What were the normal modifiers then? Oh. Right. True. Yeah, it's scuffed. Oh, I totally forgot about that. Oh, that's annoying. I mean, it's still not bad, but I completely forgot. I guess, yeah, they gave her amazing stats, but then they gave her some other year one game design choices, like, you know, a bad buff that only added damage, and even then it's still scuffed to begin with. Yeah, that's a yikes. Oh, that's a yikes. Yeah, I mean, still, it's good for damage still, but man, it shouldn't be like this. Now, I don't know. I think Jack might be an A+. I think a lot of people would place her in EX, honestly, but I don't think I can do it. I don't think I can do it. But she's really good, though, for sure. Still relevant after all these years, but I can't place her in EX. I just can't. She needs like 1 or 2 more buffs. Maybe just 1. Probably just 1 nice buff, and then she's there, for sure. But man, definitely carried by those numbers. Like, god tier numbers for gains. Like, yeah. Just insane. There you go. Great DPS though. But yeah, if someone wants to put her in EX, I understand, but I personally can't do it as she is. But she's kind of close. Alright, MHX, I guess also a year 1 servant, yeah. Definitely has seen a fair number of improvements, which is good, because she used to not be that great. So, single target quick DPS yet again, but this time not a full assassin deck, also has double arts. Attack, higher than Jack I suppose, so not bad. Still pretty good. Gains are also very good. Maybe not Jack levels, but still very nice, I would say. They are very top gains for both Stargen and MP gain, for sure. So yeah, that's good. Good stuff upstairs, I would say. I would have still obviously preferred triple quick, because her MP is also quick, but I digress. Yeah, it's tied actually, Maui, but yeah, she's one of the ones that has received 4 buffs. There's more than one though. So, first skill buffed. Everything has been buffed. So what do we got? AoE defense down, 20% 3 turns. Alright. And then after 1 turn, you have an up to 80% chance to stun everyone. Even though they reduced the cooldown, I still feel like the cooldown is pretty massive though. Especially because the stun chance isn't even 100%. Still a 7 turn cooldown. They should make this 100%, then I might change my mind, but yeah. It's okay still for sure, but yeah. Oh well. Nice skill name, yeah. Used to have an instinct, now has a really good skill. So it's a 1 turn invul and 5 turn cooldown, which is again better than average. Love it. And they also increase the star, so it's a 20 star bomb as well. Cleo has the same skill, but hers is on a 6 turn cooldown, right? I think. I could be wrong, we'll see. Maybe it's 5 turns, I forgot, but we'll see that later. But yeah, great skill though. Very great skill. Good stuff. And then the third skill used to be a meme. It's still kind of a meme, but at least now you get the guaranteed 20% attack up for 3 turns, so it's something, I suppose. Oh wait, yeah, you're right. Cleo also had debuff removal. Okay, that brought, yeah. I guess that makes sense for it to be a 6 turn cooldown then. Fair enough. Yeah, Saber crit star rates and Saber damage. Yeah, I would still not bring her against Sabers. Like, an archer would still be so much better. Like, yeah. But it's not a useless skill anymore, because it still it sucks, don't get me wrong, but it's not a useless skill. Like, why would you just not bring an archer? It's still not good enough. Definitely not good enough. Riding EX is, you know, pretty broken, let's be real. That's kind of nuts. And then, you know, her own version of the presence concealment buff for Stargen, I guess, which is a nice 10% as well. So, great passives, I would say. Of course, she has the Saber buff on here as well, but still, I would still not bring her against. I mean, this definitely makes it more viable, but I would still pick an archer over her. Right, the MP has also been buffed, obviously, because the entire kit has been, but sadly, it's only goddamn damage. You hate to see it. And Saber face damage here. So this might not always be a Saber, but, you know, a lot of the times this might not really be, you know, something you can activate anyway. But hey, it's a 12 hitter. That's a lot of stars and gains, man, or like refunds, so yeah. I think she's great. Her numbers are really good, and her kit is now mostly pretty damn good as well. I think people way underrate her still, if anything. I honestly want to place her in the same tier as Jack. Some people will be calling me crazy, but I think they're mostly very interchangeable. They're very interchangeable. Axel, you're a lolicon. Your opinion does not matter, okay? Shut the fuck up. I think this is fair, dude. If I get toxic comments about this, then so be it. But I stand by this, okay? I stand by this. She can't self-loop MP every turn? You think she can't? I mean, I can totally see her doing that. Why not? And why would you need a self-loop anyway? You probably have supports anyway, you know? I don't see a reason why you would need to be able to do that alone anyway. Like, her gains are nuts too as well. You need to try her out, man. She's really solid. Yeah. Like, I think, here's the thing, right? They're mostly, the difference is, Jack has bit better numbers for the gains, but she has a better kit. So I think it's just fair. Otherwise, they're mostly the same. There's not a whole lot of difference between them at all. Like, that's the main difference. I mean, and even if Jack has better gains, she still has really good gains as well. Jack can remove buffs. Yeah, I mean, that's nice, sure, yeah. But I wouldn't really say it's like a deal breaker. Axel, you're the biggest simp for Jack I've ever seen, dude. You need to calm your titties. Like as soon as I placed Jack, you were like, "Oh, now you can't place King Hassan here either." Like, shut the fuck up. Make your own list, bro. Someone ban Axel. I'm mad at him. Like, I'm so mad at how much he simps at Jack right now. I'm so mad. I'm so mad. This guy cannot stop talking about Jack. He's like, okay, if Jack is here, everyone else has to be here now. Oh, this person cannot be on the same tier because she removes buffs. Like, shut the fuck up. Okay. Alright. Time to calm down. Alright. There you go. Like, you could definitely tell there's some bias right there, okay? He was definitely so biased for Jack. I'm not having any of that. Bring me your non-biased opinions, okay? Yeah, and this is my list. This stays, okay? Alright. Right. Next one is one of my favorites. For sure. AoE Arts DPS in Shuten. I guess you could say she could do farming nowadays, but it's not very pretty, is it? So I would still probably say she's better off, you know, DPSing and, you know, having boss utility, if anything. But yeah, I guess if you really wanted to, you could go the length and do some farming with her as well, but it won't be pretty. But it's doable, worth mentioning. Now, her attack is pretty high. It's nearly 12k. That's a lot for an assassin, for sure. Highest so far, in fact. Very nice. Double arts, double quick. I mean, they probably were never going to give her triple arts, having an arts MP, so this is as close as it gets, so I feel like the deck is fine. Now, her gains are not great. I think in the past I've given her too much shit. They're not as bad as I maybe made them out to be, but they're still average at best, the MP gain that is. And even Stargen is, I would say, average at best, so yeah, both of them are not great, but also not terrible, I suppose. Maybe I gave her a bit too much shit in the past for that, but yeah, they're passable, I would say. But I wish they were a bit better for sure, especially because her MP only has a one hit. It's only a one hitter, which is kind of annoying. So, what do we got? AoE Charm on every enemy. That's good. No requirements. Sadly, it doesn't scale, so it's always 60%. And then a defense down 20%, 3 turns. 7 turn cooldown. It's okay, I would say. But again, nothing crazy. The RNG can be really annoying, though. And it's not even factoring in innate resistances or anything like that, so yikes. But still not terrible. Alright, her version of the better charisma. So everyone still gets the attack buff, but she herself gets a up to 30% MP damage for 3 turns. Which is nice. Mixed buffs, having mixed buffs is always nice, because her MP actually hits really hard. So, yeah. Not bad, I guess. an okay skill. And the third skill has been buffed. It's her guts. So now she has a battery, which again, because her gains weren't that great, I guess it's a good buff. Helps with some of that. You get up to 30% gauge. They also did increase the HP of the guts, right? Yes, that's what they changed. So it's still a one-time guts for 5 turns on a 7-turn cooldown, but at least the HP is actually not bad now, up to 4k, so she could maybe even live for a while if her guts gets procced. Now the HP is high enough, I would say that it may make a difference. So yeah, I would say this is a pretty alright skill now. Not bad. Yeah, getting near King Hazan levels on this guts. This is alright. This is a tickle. Berserker bonus is lovely. And the MP is actually really cool. So it has been buffed. So it actually does really nice damage, for one. But then you get a lot of debuffs for 3 turns. All on 10%. Debuff res down. Defense down. Attack down. MP damage down. Crit chance down. All of those 10% 3 turns. Not bad. Skill seal. I wish it was MP seal, but you know, I guess I'll take it. And then, you know, poison amplifier for 5 turns. Okay. And then poison on the OC itself. Well, I really wish some of these would be scaling on the OC instead of the poison, but oh well. That's still a lot of stuff the MP does, needless to say. Oh, where's my water? Oh, found it. Cold, the MP has already been buffed. This is the post-buff MP. I don't think they're gonna touch this MP again. But yeah, it hits pretty hard, actually. I just hate that it's a one-hitter. It's really annoying. Kind of hard to really go, like, super fast. And with her, like... Because her normal gains aren't great either. They're fine, but not great. And then the MP is a one-hitter, so... You can't really MP super often with her. But... I still feel like she's a pretty solid assassin. And yes, you can farm, but it's not pretty. But, I think she still deserves an A, honestly. Still deserves an A for sure. I could maybe even see an argument to be made for A+, but I just want to place her in A personally. Good servant. Another good one. We got Cleopatra. Ooh, AoE Buster DPS, and I honestly also can farm as well because of the 10% per turn. You can actually do it. Again, not very pretty, but it's doable. But I still think she's way better against bosses. Just way, way better against bosses. But yeah, again, you can do the farm if you want to, but it's not easy. Alright, attack. Not as high as some of the other ones we've seen so far. In fact, for the 5 stars, it is actually less than average. And with the modifier, it's even worse. But, you know, still not Lost Spell 3 levels, if you know what I mean. Double Buster, double Quick Deck. You might think, oh, she probably isn't that good for gains. Oh, boy. She's amazing for gains. Maybe not Jack levels of insane, but man, her MP gain is so good. Especially with her skills uptime. Man, it's so good. Again, I have made a video or two with Cleo as well in the past, which definitely showcases that. Star Generation also not bad either, honestly. It's still fine too. Definitely fine. But MP gain is definitely the highlight here for sure. I'm not gonna watch any videos right now, Copy. Stop simping. Okay, we need more timeouts. Okay. No. I'm not gonna... You're not gonna change my opinion here with your simping, okay? I'm gonna do this on my own. Don't be Axel 2.0. No one wants to be Axel 2.0. Okay. Oh, it's my video. Okay, well, maybe I can link it. You know what? I'll open it so people can see the title. I'm not gonna play the video, but let's see. Okay, it's my video, apparently. There you go. I guess I titled it like this, huh? Okay, maybe I didn't mean it tier list-wise, but okay. But yeah, watch this video. Watch this fucking video, dude. And yes, I like my own videos. Deal with it. Alright. Watch that video. It's fucking nuts. Alright. Starting with Imperial Privilege, though, for the skills. Great if it works, not so great if it doesn't. Again, that's what it is. It is what it is. You like the thumbnail? Yeah, you do. So, 40% MP gain for 3 turns. Wow, wow, wow. That's stupid. In a good way. And then you also get 10% MP gauge every turn for 3 turns, because, you know, I guess you have to enable farming as well. And then healing every turn for 3 turns up to 1k. Great fucking skill, man. Really good. Even on 6 turn cooldown, really good. This keeps the train rolling, man. And then this is the skill that was very similar to the one we just saw almost. But yeah, it's 1 turn higher cooldown than MHX because it also removes debuffs. But I would still say a very great skill nonetheless. I love this combination of defensive effects. And then for that turn you also get a solid star bomb to keep going. Overall, great skill set. Definitely a great skill set. Especially if you land these buffs, you're going to be looking real good. Beyond the Presence Concealment is alright. Divinity D plus, Sub-Tickling, Saber bonus, don't care. MP has been buffed, which is good, because it honestly didn't do that much damage before, but now it does way more, which is good. First of all, 30% Buster base on the OC for 1 turn before damage. Very good, love it. Now the buff also, in addition to the damage buff, we also got an AoE buff block 1 time 3 turns. Love it as well. That's why I like her against bosses as well, because you know, for farming this is kind of relevant. But against bosses, buff block can be very strong. The demerit isn't that big though, it's only a 1k demerit. Remember, she also gets a 1k heal per turn herself as well, so the demerit really doesn't matter at all. I would say a pretty great MP now, overall. Cleo is just like a train that never stops. Yeah. Still solid to this day, even which is only the MP buff. Now, despite the video title being what it is, I'm still placing her in A+ though. I'm not placing E. As much as I love Cleo and how fun she is to play, yeah. Copy, you said at least A or A+ though, and now you're still on something? Okay. Yeah, maybe I need to change the video title. Yeah, maybe. I'll do that later, if I remember. I won't. But yeah, she's still really good. Very, very, very good. Don't sleep on Cleo. Alright, unbiased moment, here we go. Well, one of my favorite servers in the entire game. No biggie, no bias. So, single target buster DPS in the Old Man of the Mountain, aka King Hassan, aka First Hassan, aka everything, aka Gramps. Yeah, he's a deal. So, very high attack. Good start. Triple Buster Gorilla deck. I think makes sense. He's full of Buster up anyway, so it just makes sense. His gains, not great, but they can be okay. Like, both his Quicken Arts actually have good gains, but the problem is there's only one of each, right? So overall, the gains are not great, but those 2 cards still have good gain on MPs, so... But overall, they're still not amazing. Stargen also kind of on the weak side because he has 3 busters that are only 1 hit each. So for an assassin, the Stargen also a bit on the weaker side for sure. But yeah, gorilla mode, I guess. Now the skills. Oh my god, this first skill is so stupid good now. I love it. Again, I'm trying to be unbiased, but it's so good. So it's a 1-time 5-turn guts with the same 5k HP for 7 turns, which is pretty good for a 5-turn guts, definitely. But now, for 5 turns, you get a buff that when you have a guts active, which you do from this, you get 30% buster up. It lasts for 5 turns, dude. That alone is stupid, man. And then, if your guts happens to proc, you get 20% battery and 50% buster up for 1 turn instead of the 30%. How good is this skill now? Just how ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Like, it's so easy to use as well because it's a 5-turn guts. You can pop this turn 1 so easily. Oh my. It's so good. This buff was so ridiculous, and it still is. So there you go. Probably his best skill. His second skill is really good too, though. So, 3 turns, 100% debuff res on a 5-turn cooldown. I mean, that's just great, right? Why not? 2.5k heal. Sometimes not the most useful thing, but you know, once the battle goes on, it definitely gets value. 40% defense up for 1 turn, and then 20% attack up for 3 turns. All of that on a 5-turn cooldown. Now that is another really, really good skill. Like, holy crap, these 2 skills are just so damn good. Sadly, the third skill isn't as good, but man, like these two skills alone are already so fucking good. Ridiculous. So, yeah, AoE 3 turn, death resistance down, no one cares. It's basically a mana burst that has a higher cooldown, sadly. I really wish this wasn't. I would just prefer normal mana burst, but yeah, it's the 50% buster up for 1 turn. This is easily the weakest skill by far. So yeah. But overall, his kit is still, skills-wise, is really, really good. Even if this skill is a bit of a letdown. Seeker, he can potentially have 170% buster up. No. This actually does not stack. Once the guts gets procced, this status, it says it removes the Abyss of Death buff, which also gives you the buster buff. So you get this instead for 1 turn. You don't get 80% for 1 turn. This is gone, but you get this instead, if that makes sense. So you can get 100% buster up for 1 turn, basically. Not a big deal though, still a lot. Magic Resist B, because, you know, can't get enough of that. Present Concealment A, you know, why not? Helps. More crit damage, and, you know, he can't be insta-killed, I guess. Charm resistance 100%. Not the same as immune, but basically immune, let's be real, especially considering how much debuff resistance he has, so, you know, basically immune. And then, you know, the best meme passive, chance to insta-kill in normal attacks, but, you know, fun. Saber bonus does not matter, and here is the one thing I really hate. His MP fucking sucks. It's so bad. This is what I remember earlier. We had the AoE version. It's just damage and insta kill. This is the single target version. No buff, so no damage up. No normal effect, just damage, and it's insta kill, which is useless against bosses. Fucking garbage MP. Still one of my favorite MPs in the game though. I fucking love how it looks. I'm fanboying like crazy here. One of the best looking MPs still in the game. It's so good, but gameplay wise it sucks. But here's the thing, right? Because his base stats are so good and his kit is so good, even a garbage MP can look decent. That's the thing, right? So on him the MP is still okay, but alone the MP was just garbage, right? So yeah. Gramps. What a buster machine. It's so hard, man. Like, there's gonna be so many comparisons here as well, especially once Karma happens, right? Oh my god, these are the hardest ones to place, probably. These are the hardest ones to place. God damn, dude. I think he might need the MP buff to be EX. I don't know. Yeah. Like, he's easy to keep alive for sure, and his kit is really good. His downtime is not the best for sure, but his face card damage is also good, but fuck, dude. Fuck. It's like so close. It's so close. I might go with this for now. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, okay. Damn. I'm gonna make an A++ tier. Dude, should I make it? Dude, what do you guys think? Should I make an A++ tier? I almost want to, because he's as close to EX as you could, basically. I almost should do that. I should do that. I'm gonna do that. Fuck it. This is the first. Alright. I'll do it, dude. It's like his skill, which is A++, right? This is totally happening right now. There you go. There you go. Deal with it. Yeah, that's what I said. His skill is A++. I know. No. I said that. I said it's like his skill, kind. I didn't mean it's exactly like his skill, okay? I guess poor wording. I know it's 3+ is okay. Okay. God, no. Okay, whatever. I'm never gonna say anything again because people are... Okay, whatever. Okay. Okay. Yeah, you know what? Okay, for the skill, I'll do this. Okay, there you go. Because of the skill. Okay, there you go. That's memes, okay? At this point. Yeah, if Axel was here, he would be literally begging me to put Jack in the same tier now as well. Shut the fuck up. Alright. Next one is really fun, actually. Next one is great. Hime. just a full-on support, basically. That also has a bit of solo potential, I guess, but yeah, a very supporty assassin. Alright, so what do we got? Attack a bit on the lower side, but does not really matter anyway. In fact, you would maybe prefer lower anyway, for more HP. Quick double arts, I think makes sense. To keep her MP uptime a bit better, I suppose. Gains are actually pretty alright, for sure. Both MP and stars, so yeah, not bad, I would say. In this side, at least. Does pretty well. Now, Verse skill has been buffed, and man, it's actually really nice now. So it's like a morph that also has party crit damage, 50% for 3 turns. Lovely. Protects herself really well and also gives party some damage as well. I think this is a really good skill now. Just really good skill. And it's on a 5-turn cooldown, so how about that? That's a top skill. Second skill, targeted battery, 20%, and also 50% star generation for 3 turns on a 5-turn cooldown. Not bad either, honestly. It's still alright, I would say. Still pretty alright. And the third skill. It's only a 1-turn defense down for 1 enemy, but it is 40%. But it also does remove buffs, so it's like a utility defense down, if anything. It's okay as well, I would say, on a 5-turn cooldown, because it has this. Not bad either. So honestly, overall, her kit is actually fine. Not bad. I mean, this is just nice. Makes her gains that much better. More Stargen, I guess, doesn't hurt. And I guess she has a bit of reduced debuff resistance, but only 10%, so it's basically just a lore thing, if anything. A bit of tickling from the divinity. They all hate archers, man. Every single assassin hates archers, apparently. The MP has been buffed as well, which is great. So on base, you get the 20% party defense up for 3 turns. But now the max HP is also higher. So on MP1, you get 2k party max HP for 3 turns. Which, again, most of the time, max HP up is just the better heal, in my opinion, because you can use it on full HP. Granted, it can be dispelled, but still, most of the time, it's definitely a better thing than a heal is. And the OC actually scales really well, so it's a party buster and quick up for 3 turns each on 30% base. Not bad. So it's half offensive, half defensive, so yeah. Not bad, I would say. Not the best supporting MP ever or anything like that, but it's pretty solid, I would say. Like, nothing about her is like god tier, but she's just solid. You're probably mostly going to be using her to support other assassins, because that just makes more sense, especially for the card types that she offers, but you might find some other uses for her, like maybe Okita Altar or something. So, yeah. You could definitely find some uses for her. If you want a bit more utility and a bit more damage for your squad. If you're fine otherwise. I think she might be A, honestly. I'm not sure if I can do an A+, though, but I think A is pretty fair. Yeah. She's not bad by any means. Could maybe use still one more buff. Because other supports are kind of booming right now, right? Yeah, especially one in Assassin as well, right? Yeah. But, yeah. I'm pretty okay with that A rating on her. Some people say B+. I still want to place her an A, though. Yeah, I think she deserves an A. Damn, 4 more to go. In fact, this list has been is taking longer than I thought it was gonna be. But that's fine, I guess. I guess I was blabbering about with some of these. So, the one I'm rolling for in 2 days on NA, actually. Who I actually have on JP since her launch banner, even fully maxed and everything. Semiramis. AoE, Buster DPS, and a farmer, I suppose. Yeah, an interesting case, I suppose. Has the caster deck, because she's kind of supposed to be like a dual class without being a dual class, but kind of is with a dual class because of her skill. But yeah, the deck also reflects that, I suppose. But luckily for her, unlike a lot of other these servants that are Buster MP triple arts deck, her gains are still fine. Some of them have just atrocious gains, like Moriarty or Abigail, for instance. She luckily does not suffer from this issue, thank God. Her gains are still definitely above average. They're not gods or anything, but they are above average for sure. Stargen, though, is actually on the weak side because of the triple arts deck for an assassin. It's still fine overall, but for an assassin, it definitely is on the weaker side. But yeah, I guess the deck kind of works. Maybe Double Buster would have been more ideal, but oh well. Still, it works. At least they didn't gimp her gains because of the deck. So, self-battery 30% and AoE debuffers down 50% for 1 turn and a 5-turn cooldown. This is somewhat nice to have because it kind of works for her other skills, the debuffers down. So otherwise it wouldn't be that great, but it does help with the other stuff she's gonna land, I guess. It's an alright skill for sure. 30% 5-turn cooldown is pretty alright for battery. Not bad. Hey Tomatico, thanks for the 5 months. Welcome back to the Go Gang. So, self-MP gain at 40%, much like Cleopatra, I guess. Yeah, also very good uptime on 5 turns, so especially with this active, her gains are actually very solid. Not bad at all. Hey Beal, thanks for the 1.5 years. Welcome back to the Gal Gang as well. And yeah, this is where the, I guess, double, yeah, even it's called like double summon as well. So, she ignores her own attack and defense advantage against caster, huh? Yeah, so she's gonna be neutral against casters with this. Doesn't really make that big of a difference. You would definitely not bring her against casters anyway. Maybe you would if you need her MP to do like a AoE buff removal resistance, but besides that, you would not really bring her against casters anyway. But hey, it's still a solid MP gain skill, I guess. It's not bad. Now, the third skill. So you need 8 stars to use it. Really weird number, and unlike Moriarty, for instance, this one actually still consumes the stars, so you need to pay 8 stars to use this. So what do you get? AoE poison, yikes, but AoE buster down 50% for 3 turns. That's big. Ooh, your gorillas are gonna be happy about that for sure. It is slightly awkward because she only has 2 busters herself, but you know, chances are someone else in your party could use this even more than her does. So. Or she does, rather. 6-turn cooldown. It's probably fair because this is so big, so it's up half the time, so yeah. And 8 stars on an assassin heavy team, most likely. It shouldn't be hard to achieve anyway. The only case where this could be annoying if you want to use this turn 1 and you don't have like bombs or anything, then it's annoying. But otherwise, you're probably always going to have at least 8 stars on every turn, unless the enemy like took all your stars or something. So it's not that big of a demerit, I would say. Still a pretty okay skill. Stargen, average number. This is really good actually with her deck. 12% permanent arts up. How about that? That is pretty big. Does that stack with Arjuna Ultra MP? Oh, absolutely. Totally does. Debuff success rate up again. Just nice because she does land some nice debuffs. Not the poison, but everything else. More tickling. Saber bonus, not archer this time. MP has been buffed as well, because again, much like Cleo, it used to kind of be a noodle, so they kind of buffed all of them within a year. Like Shuten, Cleo, and Semi, right? More or less within a year, all of them, which makes sense. So what does it do? Your party gets a 20% defense up for 3 turns. Interesting utility. Also the buff removal resistance, so buffs will be saved for 1 turn, pretty much, which is nice. And then it also has a bit of offense of, you know, 10% base MP damage for self for 1 turn before damage. Not a whole lot, but yeah. Yeah, I might still say, like, it's not noodle-ish anymore. It's still on the weaker side for damage, but yeah. It's still not the most damaging MP out there. Yeah, Semi, huh? But you can actually do witch farming with her, which is cool, I suppose. Not the easiest thing, but it's doable. Let me look at my notes, actually, because I have some good notes from, you know, written down. So she can barely do 90 plus nodes. Should be noted, I suppose. Like Cleo can, for instance. Granted, my source is correct, so that's something worth mentioning, I guess. I almost want to place her in A just because her buster farming is actually not bad at all. just because of that, basically. It still requires a bit of setup for sure, but she can do like 90 plus notes as well. So that's worth something, I would say. So yeah, I think she's alright. Not the best by any means, but she has a place in the game for sure. Oh yeah. I would still probably pick, if you only have like an MP1 semi, that's why Grey is higher, if anything, even though comparison is kind of unfair. You would probably pick an MP5 Grey over her anyway, but yeah. She can still do it too, I guess, so there you go. Man, okay, speaking of bias, oh my god. Arguably my favorite servant in the entire game, huh? Again, no biggie whatsoever. Oh, I did get a CS Godslayer, yes. Alright, Lee Assassin, the OG. Single target arts DPS. Attack, above average. Not a whole lot, but definitely above average for an SSR, I guess. So, double buster, double art stick, I think is really good because he's both MP spam and crits, so that's like the best mix you could ask for. His gains are actually good. Stargen is actually pretty weak, I have to say, sadly. Star generation for an assassin, especially for an SSR one, is weak. But his MP gain is good though. Not necessarily from the MP because it's a one-hitter, but man, he can still MP fairly well in succession with face cards. I've made so many videos about him already, so you can watch some of those if you really want to see what the gains look like. But yes, MP gain at least is very good. And the deck makes sense. Now the skills. First skill, 100% crit damage 1 turn with ignore invul for 1 turn and 5 turn cooldown. I mean, it's not that great. The uptime or downtime is pretty big. The effects are fine, even better when it, you know, it synergizes with the rest of his kit, but still not like an amazing skill by any means. Second skill, his evasion for 1 turn or 6 turns. So again, it's the standard, but comes with absorb and a 15 star bomb. Which again, absorb and a star bomb, it's a nice combo for sure. But again, the downtime is certainly very noticeable, and it's a good combo with this. I really wish this was a 5 turn cooldown to match this, because then it would also, yeah, it would make more sense. Like they kind of did that stuff for Lancer as well. And then the third skill, self-attack up 30%, and then for 3 turns you also get 20% more attack up. So for that turn you activate it on, you have plus 50% attack up, and also debuff immune for the turn. Also a 6 turn cooldown, so a bit on the heftier side for sure. So still an okay skill, I would say. So none of his kit is like really broken or anything. So much like Lancer and many other servants, not just Lee's, but like his highs are really high, but his lows, well, they're not as low as they could, because again, his gains are actually fine, so he can still keep a decent amount of MPs going out there. But it's not like his lows are still anything good, because there's quite a bit of it. But the highs are definitely very high. Now, the unique passive is very cool. Permanent arts up, a lot of it, and also Stargen, very cool passive. And the MP, I hate the instant kill, but hey, it has defense down, 3 turns, 20% before damage. Very lovely, and because of the upgrade, it actually hits really fucking hard. Like, if I had to guess, I don't actually have data here, and I could be wrong, but I think he has the highest hitting single target MP for Assassins. It should be the case. It hits so ridiculously hard, though. It should be the case. Correct me if I'm wrong, though, but it has to be the case, right? I think he would hit harder than MHX, right? Maybe you're right, actually. Maybe you're right. But yeah, it hits real hard, though, regardless. I love him, though. What can I say? But I have to be realistic. Even though he's really good on, like, art setups, Castoria setups, I'm gonna place him here. And even some people might even place him lower than that, but I think he well deserves an A+ with the MP buff. And arts being very strong anyway. He's just so solid. But again, if you want to call bias on this one, go ahead. Go ahead. But I think he's still very great. And I won't move him from there. I won't. I won't. I like him there. Alright. He would at most move down to an A, if anything. But I like him on A+. Right. Fan favorite, huh? Interesting one. You know what? Let's fix this first. There we go. Something like that. Alright, good. So, Kama. Definitely a very popular servant. Single target, quick DPS. Assassin. Attacks just slightly above average. But with the assassin modifier, it is about average with the negatives coming in. Double quick, double buster. I would almost prefer double arts over double buster, but it's not like the deck is still bad, I would say. MP gain is good. Stargen is also fine, so yeah, does pretty well upstairs, I suppose. Not bad by any means. I'm not gonna press the FA. That's definitely gonna be bad for the video. Alright, the skills. So, that's an interesting demerit, first of all. It's a targeted skill that reduces the target's HP, max HP by 1k permanently for the fight. So, it's not like this is like this debuff is gone and there it's back. No, this is a permanent one, so for a longer fight, it can actually make a difference. A lot of times, it won't really make a difference. It seems more scary than what it is, for sure. Oh wait, you can remove it. Oh yeah, the permanent thing is for the, because it doesn't have a duration. They should, I don't know why they call it permanently then. They should just say reduce max ally HP by 1k. And not list the duration. That would mean it's permanent. Okay. But yeah, even if it was permanent, like even if it was uncleansable or something like that, it's still not the worst demerit out there. Because a lot of the fights with her tend to go pretty fast anyway. She's one of those, she tends to be used more in setups, right? Like Melt, for instance. But obviously she can still do longer fights as well. This will not make or break a longer fight. Not by any means. Especially because, again, it can be removed. So, but even if it couldn't, it's not that bad, I would say. Then what the target gets is an overcharge. 1 stage, 1 time, 3 turns. Alright, and then a 4k heal on a 5-turn cooldown. I guess it can be fine for her as well with her OC2, right? But, you know, depending on who your support is, they might also want the OC. But yeah, it's good that it's flexible, I guess. But still, I would say the skill is just okay. Nothing crazy, though. It's an alright skill. Second skill. She has a permanent guts. Like, this is what they should... Like, this doesn't say permanent, right? Why do they say it here? I don't get it. They should just do this. But yeah, no duration. So, unless it's removed or it gets procced, it's there. It's just gonna be there, which is nice. And unlike the other permanent ones, which are 1 HP for the most part, this one actually goes up to 2k HP, I guess, which is cool. She can maybe even live after that guts procs. Maybe. 2k HP is not a lot, but unless you immediately get some other help, you can actually live. And then 30% attack up for 3 turns for 6-turn cooldown. Yeah, with that combination, I would say this skill is really good. Yeah, definitely a really good skill. And then the third skill. 50% battery, and then the alter ego advantage. A lot of people hype this up, but I don't like it. The alter ego, I don't like it. Also, an AoE charm resistance down for 1 turn, which is irrelevant for the MP in a second. But yeah, I want to talk about the alter ego thing for a second. Sure, when this is active, yeah, she's probably like super good against... it's like a full-on advantage against alter ego. It's literally full class advantage, both attack and defense. But you gotta keep in mind, this is up half the time, right? So... normally, assassins are pretty bad against alter egos, right? Because you're gonna take 1.5x and only deal 1x damage, so it's definitely gonna be very awkward. Unless you have a speed setup that really works, obviously, then it's fine, then it's really good. But if you don't, it's very counterintuitive, right? Yeah. Okay, here's the thing though. A lot of people are saying fights don't last more than 3 turns anyway. I feel like that's unfair though. A lot of fights would. Like, so a lot of you guys have like MP5 level 100 commas or something. Like, or gold foes. I'm talking like MP1 level 90 comma here. I can't say she would always do like a 3-turn fight, you know? That's kind of unfair from you guys. So yeah. I have a feeling a lot of you are maybe slightly biased with how good of a speedrunning character she is. Like, realistically, not everyone has an MP5 level 100 2k foe comma, because I know there's a lot of those out there, so, yeah. But yeah, for min turning, it's good. Otherwise, it's just doesn't really make any sense to me. It just doesn't really make any sense to me. It's really weird. It's definitely a lore thing for sure, right? Yeah. Like, if I were against an alter ego, I would not pick Kama, personally. I would rather pick like Musashi instead, for instance. Or, you know, pretender classes, I guess, if you happen to have one. But yeah, I guess she's an option if you can do it. I'm not a big fan of this though. But hey, battery's battery, and the charm resist helps with the MP, I guess. Anyway, passives. So, Magic Rosé. Very nice. Riding A. Very nice as well. Crit damage, mental debuff res, insta-kill res. Good old 666. Sure. A bit of tickling and charm immunity. Why not? Pretty good passives, I would say. For sure. Definitely. And the MP. So, on base it's an 80% chance to charm. That's why the charm res helps a little bit. It won't be up all the time, because it's only a 1-turn charm res down, sadly, on a 6-turn cooldown. But at least for that 1 MP, at least you should be able to charm the enemy. Otherwise, you might have to count on RNG to help a little bit. But yeah, the OC is good. That's why the first skill can easily be used on her, because it's a 3-turn base 20% quick up. So it was a 1-stage up, right? Yes, so it would be 25% instead with this skill active. Which again, that's just like, that's how you start the train, right? You just go. You just go. 10 hitter as well is kind of nuts. So, you know, pretty good star gain and MP gain, I suppose. Yeah. Yeah. Definitely a very spammable MP for sure. I would still maybe, I mean, people are gonna call me crazy. I would still maybe like to see like an MP buff for her one day. Or a skill buff. Like one buff for Kama, because they did that for Kira as well, but... I mean, she's obviously very good still. She's very good still. Because she's also an assassin, which is, you know, a pretty shitty class. Yeah. I mean, I know she's strong, obviously. I know. But also, yeah, here, these are the two things. She's an assassin and it's quick, right? So it's not like the best things ever. But yeah. Yeah. Dude, I have a feeling if I don't place her in EX, I'm gonna fucking get death threats. Or dude, you Kama fans are fucking nuts. Is all I'm gonna say. I'm gonna get fucking death threats if I don't place her at EX. This is fucking scary. You guys are ridiculous. I mean, I was probably gonna do it anyway. Barely. I still don't think she's like an amazing EX. I want that to be known. I don't think she's as good as some people think she is. She's obviously very good, but compared to like some EXs, like compare it to like Ozymandias from the writer list, I think Ozzy is like so much better than her. But you know, fair. She's still very good for sure. No qualms about that. Absolutely. But man, geez, some of you guys are absolutely crazy. Okay. God damn. You guys need to chill. Yeah. There you go. Wow. This is some crazy stuff. Yeah. I almost wanted to place her here as well, but people are like, oh, you can't place her the same tier as King Hassan. My Kama does everything that King Hassan, but 5 times better. But, you know, I can't do it because I would get death threats, so, you know, there you go. Alright. Anyway, the last one is a fun one. So the only other assassin added in the last 2+ years. One was Kichi, welfare, and then we got Koyanska of Light. Yeah, what could I say? A pretty revolutionary servant, but I mean, it make a lot. Some of the anniversary servants just happen to be like that, and she's certainly no exception, I guess. She kind of single-handedly made so many Buster servants be able to loop, right? I mean, Oberon obviously helps a lot as well, but Koyanskaya is the more important bit in my opinion because of the cooldown reduction for a lot of these characters. So, I mean, we're still gonna cover her, so let's see. I'm gonna call her a support, DPS, and farmer. She's literally all 3. And Buster at that, in case you didn't know what her card type was. But yeah, she's literally all 3. You can do all of that if you wanted to. So, attack is definitely above average. That's good. Double Buster, double quick deck. Makes sense for her, you know, crits gameplay style as well if you want a DPS, I suppose. MP gain is fine. Star gain is very good as well. So, yeah. Yeah, this one arts card is nuts. Yeah, that's true. That is true. Alright, then the skills. So, targeted 50% battery with a 2-turn cooldown reduction. This is it, dudes. Sure, the other skills also help, obviously, but this is what makes everything possible for the supporting, right? For DPSing, the demerit can actually be a bit annoying, because it's an AoE 1k party damage, though, which can be annoying, but yeah. That's an interesting skill. Obviously, it has a very high cooldown, because you could target it for herself, too, but yeah, this makes everything possible. This one skill. Right, so the second skill though. It's also targeted like all her skills. So the target gets human damage. Again, no one cares because that sucks. But hey, man attribute damage though. That's not that rare, honestly. That's somewhat common, I would say. So 50% for 3 turns. Hey, not bad. And then also when the target uses buster cards with normal attacks, not the MP buster card, sadly, they get 10% refund, or 10% gauge, rather. And also a 20 star bomb, because, you know, need more stuff. Yeah. Great skill on a 6-turn cooldown. Definitely very great. And then the third skill, Hero Creation 2.0, am I right? So, target ally, buster up 50% 3 turns. Buster crit damage 50% 3 turns, and Buster absorb 5k 3 turns. So no matter who you target, their busters will get every single star, guaranteed. Every star. So, you know, talking about consistent buster crits, huh? Yeah. Combine that with the star bomb from here as well. Yeah, that's a lot of burst right there. Like, holy moly, dude. Holy moly. Wow. Alright, riding B helps. Double 4-hit quicks, not bad. 12% crit damage is very lovely because she can also be a crit DPS herself. You don't have to target someone else. She can do it herself too, I suppose. More crit damage. We got the same passive as Kama, right? The 666s. Pretty decent. 10% arts because, you know, this arts card needs to be insane, I guess. Stargen as well because, you know, we need a better version of territory creation. And then why not add a unique passive for a permanent 20% MP damage? Because why not? That's balanced. I mean, that's just a ridiculous passive right there. Like, how good are these passives? Like, sure, Kama has amazing passives as well, but this is another level of passives, dude. This is just another level of passives. This is ridiculous. Ridiculous. Shout out to archers again. And then the MP. Self-attack up 20% 1 turn before damage. Guaranteed AoE tick down. Love it. And then a party base 10% battery and OC, which can scale as well. The MP itself doesn't do the most damage out there, but, you know, you can still do definitely farming and DPS with her, especially with buffs that she gets from here, because these are all like 3-turn buffs anyway, so. Goddamn. How great of a servant is she, huh? Ugh. Oh my. Best MP1 in the game. Okay, you know what? Yeah, I guess you're right, yeah. I mean, at least compared to the other ones, yeah, I guess she would have an easier time even without the buffs, yeah. Fair enough. I thought about it, but yeah, it's gonna happen. She is good enough to have this tier again, so here we go. Pink for Tammy. There you go. It was gonna happen. I had to think about it a little bit, but at the end I was like, how can she not be here? How can she not be here, right? She, like, not so much for the sake that she's a great DPS and a farmer, but mostly for support. She literally changed the Buster meta herself. And if you're laughing at this, you're a fucking idiot. Anything else would be unrealistic. If I have this tier, she has to be there. She literally changed the entire meta. She's a literal game changer for any account. Like, it only makes sense. This is, again, this ranking is not for her farming or DPS, which are both still solid, by the way. It's for her being a revolutionary support that changed the way Buster meta works. And if you're laughing at that, well, I can't change your mind, but you're wrong. I'm sorry. It is what it is. So there you go. Shout out to 2021 for bringing so many broken servants, huh? I can't wait to see what this year has in store for us. Now that we've placed everyone, I guess now remains the question, do we want to swap anything? What do you guys think? Reasonable suggestions, please. No biased ones. Okay. I'm willing to listen here if you guys have ideas. I'm surprised how, you know, I was expecting assassins to be worse, but honestly, they're not that bad. Jack should be in same as KH, huh? I mean, he can still go really fast, Jordanian, honestly. And it's among, it shouldn't be counted as a high ranking anyway. Like among the higher stars, higher rarities. Matahari has to be higher, he's used like Mozart, but for debuffs. Where would you place Matahari then? B? Wow. Wow. You guys think she's really that much better, huh? I can't put... Someone said, hey, that's way too much, but I can maybe agree to a B. Maybe. But I can't go any higher than this, honestly. I just can't. I can't, really. I can't. I would feel dirty. I'd feel so dirty. No, I think Hime is fine at A, honestly. Some people said higher, some people said lower. I like A, honestly. Maybe I should put Jack here, yeah, maybe. Maybe. I mean, she's still godly with numbers. Even though King Hassan has a much better kid, but yeah. Her downtime is just so much better, I guess. Maybe. I can maybe agree to this. Not because of Axel, though. I don't know, though. I don't know, man. Some of these are, like, so hard to place. Like, they're so near each other, right? I can't do it. I changed my mind. I can't do it. I can't do it. I'm sorry. I can't do it. I can't do it. I can't do it. I can't. She's great, but I can't do it. I can't do it. I can't do it. Anything else? Anything else? Should I make an A++ for Jack? No, I think this is fine. I think this is fine. I can't do double pluses when there's already two, dude. I can't. I'm gonna place her there. In case she has no survival. I don't think that's really too much of a problem for her, to be honest. You're gonna have supports with her anyway. I do acknowledge that she doesn't have that though, but B+ is not even super high, honestly. She has a really good kit now for damage. You think Carmilla should be A+? I don't know. Maybe. Maybe. But I kind of like her in A, honestly. I don't know. I think I might stick with this, honestly. I mean, you're not completely wrong, Iriam. Damn. Some of these characters have really crazy fans, huh? Yeah. No, he already has it, Char. It's already triple+. So yeah, there you go. Alright. Dude, if my stream chat is this savage today, I can't wait to see what the comments are. Dude, please be merciful. There's a lot. I didn't expect Assassin list to be the most heated. This is seriously the most heated list so far. I did not expect Assassin to be the most heated tier list of them all so far. I did never in my wildest dreams could I have imagined this one to be the most heated list. There you go. I guess this one should change color because it's, yeah, there we go. There you go. Okay. Maybe I can understand the Kama thing, because I know she's poppy, but man, people are crazy over Jack, huh? Alright. Should have black tier? I don't think you can see the number though, can you? You can't really, no, I can't do it because of that, sadly, but yeah, I agree he should have a darker tier, but you know what, it's fine like that. The colors don't really matter too much anyway. So there you go, I think I'm gonna leave it at this before, you know, any more heated topics happen. Yeah. I think I'm okay with this. I'm definitely okay with this. I'm not gonna move Steno, I think she's all fine there. I think if Steno has the same problem that Fion has, that most people just hate them from the day of their release and they never forgave them, and then they're still in their head, you know, subconsciously biased towards hating them. Steno is not a lost cause by any means, but no, obviously not amazing either. But, you know, she can do something. She can do a bit of supporting. And her MP gun is good, so she can at least consistently remove buffs from the target, so... And if you happen to fighting a male, you can get a lot of charms potentially, and male is not even an uncommon, you know, thing to face. So there you go. Alright, this is the final placements for the video as well, I guess. Oh boy, that was a heated list, but hopefully people are gonna be not as crazy in the comments as well, because man... I knew Kama fans were ruthless. Also, shout out to Grand Cirque, that was fucking loud. Oh my god. He's drunk playing games, but yeah. Yeah, today I definitely got a good reminder of how much people like Kama. But I mean, obviously I know she's very great, but man, don't even think about placing her anywhere else, or else you get stabbed. Is what I learned. Anyway, so this will conclude the video as well. Again, shout out to everyone who watched the entire thing. There was definitely some debating going on in this one, but you know, I'm always up for some healthy, friendly debates, as long as we can keep it clean, so that's always fine. And yeah, hopefully you enjoyed it. Press the like button if you did, and definitely subscribe for more. Next week, if everything goes according to plan, we should be looking at the Berserkers. Ooh. Now that's gonna be a fun one, huh? Yeah. Otherwise, I hope you have a great rest of your day. Please stay civil in the comments, and peace out. I guess this really ended up being a full stream anyway. Damn. I just talked way more today compared to some of the other lists, because this was the shortest list in terms of the amount of servants, but yeah. We still made it pretty much a full stream here. It was longer than the caster one, yeah. Or the writer one as well, I think. Anyway, so the stream is gonna pretty much end soon as well. But before that, we have to check what we're playing tomorrow. So for Subsat Games, raffle time. What are we playing tomorrow? Please, no Subnautica. Alright, let's see. What are we playing tomorrow? Oh yeah, the list will be up on YouTube tomorrow as well, by the way. As a reminder. It's from Galahad, and oh my god, it's Alien Isolation. Oh my god, no, it's been no. Okay, well, okay, that's one of the games. God damn it! Of course, it's horror. God damn it! That game is spoopy. Okay, second game will be from Blessed. It's Danganronpa 1. Okay, I'm okay with that. I'm definitely okay with that. Okay, so there you go. That's the menu for tomorrow. I'm gonna shit my pants first and, you know, hopefully chill a little bit afterwards. Alright, I'm okay with that. At least the second half. Okay. So there you go. That will be the menu for tomorrow. And the video will be up tomorrow as well, because it's such a long video. I have to let it render and upload overnight, so maybe like around 12 plus hours from now it's gonna be up on YouTube. Something like that. It's tomorrow, hushed. We just did the games for tomorrow, so tomorrow we're gonna play Alien Isolation and Danganronpa 1. So there you go. Yeah, hopefully no one was too salty about today's list. Hopefully we can remain friends. Firm handshakes, okay? There you go. Having said that, thank you for tuning in today. Thank you for the subs. Thank you for the resubs. Thank you for the gifted subs. Thank you for the tips. Thank you for the bits. Thank you for the follows, and most importantly, thank you so much for being here. we'll be back tomorrow with some games for Subsat, and yeah, hope to see you there. Otherwise, have a great rest of your Friday or Saturday where you're at. And I'll see you tomorrow. Also, Luke, thank you for the 9 months.